Let me ask people. Aburi Accord collapse. Go on, blame Sojuku demand for military autonomy. Now, the question I want to ask, because here we are logical. We have common sense. We are commonsensical. Here we are commonsensical, We don't just read the headlines and read news and we analyze it. Now, let's come to analysis. What is accord? for normally, what is accord? Accord is agreement. Accord is agreement. That is it. In harmony, two or more people being harmonious in agreement of something, or a treaty, an official agreement or treaty, that is an accord. So the collapse of accord, he said Gowon blames Sojuku demand for military autonomy. Now, the question, commonsensical questions that should be asked, this old garbage is, did Ojukwu demand the military autonomy before the accord was written, was agreed, was signed, before the treaty was signed, or after the treaty was signed? Now, Ojukwu said, okay, no, I am demanding military autonomy inside. I forgot it. We didn't write it. So, but I'm now demanding military autonomy. That is a common sense question. The problem with Nigerians is that they don't analyze issues. That is why the politicians are using them as they want. They look at issues at just on, how do I put it? Just nelu elu. Now, before accord will be written, there would have been negotiations. This one bring your point, this one bring your demand, the other one bring his demand. Now, they will continue talking, dialogue, talking, diplomacy, talking until a treaty is reached. Which means all the parties have accepted. That is why a treaty was reached. It's very common sense. But Nigerian journalists, will they ask this question? No, because it's the idea just to collect their money at the end of the month. They are working. There is no ethic. There are no ethics in Nigerian journalism. No ethics. Somebody that says the Aburi Accord collapse is because Ojukwu demanded for military autonomy. You should have asked this man. Okay, so this, if there is military autonomy demanded, was it not inside the accord, or is it after the accord? Now Ojukwu called and said, no, on top of our accord, I'm demanding military autonomy. He said, no, if it is that, I will no longer honor it. Nigerians are showcasing their stupidity and foolishness. And Nigerians don't ask questions. If a man like this will be blatantly lying, and the people don't care, the population don't care. That is why somebody say Nigeria merits what is happening to them, and I completely agree. Because if they don't merit what is happening to them, lack of security, no electricity, I'm telling you, they would have risen up. More than 220 million people would have risen up. How many are the politicians? How many is Nigerian military? Nigerian military is less than, if highest at the topmost, 400,000. Highest. But Nigerians, they don't care. That's why this man can get away with all these lies. But we are eagle eyes. You cannot get away with any lie. Before any accord, any treaty is written or is signed by two parties, they must study and they have agreed, which means they have agreed. Had it been there is no accord, it would have been another thing altogether. We say, we didn't reach an accord because Ojukwu demanded for military autonomy. It could have been palatable. It could be possible. The reason why we didn't reach any treaty, any accord, was because Ojukwu demanded military autonomy. But once an accord was reached, which means they have agreed upon something, upon issues. They have commonly agreed. Do you see it? Do you see how we catch thieves? But Nigerians don't know. They don't know. They don't know. That's why Nigeria is in pitch darkness. That's why no security. Nigerians, they merit what is happening to them. If they don't merit it, they will rise up. They will rise up. That is why we Biafrans, we see that Nigerians can never rise up because they love what the system they are in. That's why we Biafrans, we cannot push a whole Nigerians to rise up. It's impossible. It's a very big load. The best thing to do is for us to remove ourselves from Nigeria and fight for our own selves and build a vibrant society. That is it. Because we have seen that Nigerians can never rise up. They love the way things are. That is why somebody like Gowon is talking nonsense. Some people, you have journalists, they don't ask him, prod him with arrowhead questions on all this nonsense he's talking. How can you say an accord collapsed because Ojukwu demanded for military autonomy? Now, is it after the accord was written or before it was written? Before it was signed? And you signed it and shake hands. The video is there. And you shake hands with Ojukwu. Even the then head of state of Ghana Ghanaian head of state, prepared dinner. And you people took. You drank tea, drank wine and all this and toasted to peace. Now you come back and you say no. Unilaterally, you remove yourself unilaterally from the whole accord, and now you are giving excuses. This is a story for the gods. It's just like I had somebody saying that, Rufai Nasir, former governor of Kaduna State, is now saying that Peter Obi won the election, the 2023 election. But he kept quiet because he was an Igbo. I heard I don't know whether, I didn't hear it from I didn't see the video, but I heard somebody saying it. I don't know whether it's truth or not. If it is truth, which means that Rufai is supposed to be even jailed in a normal society. He's supposed to be jailed for life because he supported and abetted lawlessness or suppression of law. That is it. But Nigeria, no. Now they are using it, they are politicizing everything. Rufai was the person thanking Allah. That's now they have a Muslim governor and vice governor in Kaduna State, and the same thing is in Nigeria. So they worked hard for it, and it will continue for even more than 20 years. And he's a person coming to and you will see some Nigerians say, hey, now he said the truth. That man is supposed to be burnt alive because they are the people that are causing all this nonsense. So you helped. Nigeria is a place, is a primitive jungle, zoological jungle, where everything is accepted. Anything could pass. You will see some people say, no, good man, no. As he don't talk him now, He confessed, so it's good. Because of their interest, his personal interest, he should be held accountable to bring proof of what he's talking. That is how things work. Not when you go inside the bush after committing blunders. Now you come out and start asking, who did that? And people will say, I know you are righteous. You know our people. You know they had them now. They say, nah, that man, forgive him, a good man now. The Bible says we should forgive and forget. They forgive and forget. So, what am I trying to say? Gowon is a criminal. Gowon is a war criminal. After Hitler is Gowon. There is no way he can die in peace. He will be tortured. They starving children, or they starve the children. They have been crying for vengeance and justice. And go on. We never be happy. We never rest in peace. All these things he's talking about, the Aburi Accord, this and that. Okay, let me read a bit. Former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon, has said that the collapse of the 1967 Aburi Accord, the last major peace effort before Nigerian Civil War, was triggered by a demand from Biafran leader Chukwuemeka Odimegwu for regional control of the military. People that are journalists can call himself a journalist writing this. He don't ask when this man was talking in Arise television on Wednesday. They don't ask him, Oga, was this okay? What is then an accord? Is it not a treaty? Which means you guys agreed. Was this demand, this autonomy, the demand for autonomy, military autonomy, was it inside the accord, inside that treaty? Or is it something Ojukwu was asking after you have signed the treaty? Now he said, no, I want to add this one. As you people have toasted to peace in Nigeria and flew down to Nigeria, was Ojukwu demanding for this military autonomy? Or was it in that accord, that treaty that was signed? If it was there, then why did you sign it? If you cannot accept, if you cannot accept, why did you sign? That is, you sabotage everything. You caused the genocidal war. Had it been you didn't sign, it's a different thing altogether. You should have, protested and said, Ojukwu, no. If you put this military autonomy, we shall never reach an accord. So there would have been better. But when you sign something, which means your word is your bond, you have signed it under the referee of the then Ghanaian president or Ghanaian head of state, because he was a military official. And today you are talking nonsense. Look at an old man talking lie in the public. He must reveal what really happened. Who told him, no, don't accept this accord? You have given too much to you are giving too much to Biafra. Don't accept. After he accepted signing the treaty, Britain, through their agent, the secretary of Nigerian federal government, Federal Military Council under Gowon, who was I think he is now either the Oba of Benin. Now, asked this man, say, no, don't honor this treaty, which means you started everything. When you say you collapsed the whole thing. Speaking in an interview aired on Arise TV on Wednesday, Gowon said that while both sides are engaged in genuine dialogue during the Aburi summit, the Eastern region's insistence on controlling the military commands was unacceptable to the federal government. So why did you sign the accord? Do you see how we catch a liar? You sign an accord, you sign the treaty. Why not go and say, no, we cannot agree? Then later we are going back to Nigeria. We did not agree. But he signed Eh? They signed the treaty, and now he's talking. No, I know. No, no, the Nigerians are not intelligent. Nigerians are not intelligent. That is why what is happening to them is happening to them. There is no other country in this world. I say no other country, both in Africa, in Middle East, in Asia, that can endure, where the population could endure what Nigerians are enduring. It's impossible. I say no, no place. Tell me any place, and mention to me any country where the population is enduring everything. In short, everything they are in. No, do you know what is no electricity? Do you know? On top of that, you know, uh, government, the military is obtaining everybody. The military, the police is squeezing everybody. Custom everywhere in Nigeria, mostly in southern part of Nigeria, Biafra land. Nobody, no people can ever endure this. It's impossible. I saw a video where one man that was dealing on recycling tires. You know, used motor tires in Nigeria. Hold on. So, as I was saying, Gowon is lying off his ass. Go on. Very, very big pity. That is why, as I said, Nigerians cannot hold anybody accountable. They are politicians. The people that put them in the mist, everybody is today. Instead, Nigerians praise them. That's why they merit what is happening to them. No electricity. Do you know that Ghana is building nuclear energy, nuclear power for electricity, as Burkina Faso is doing? Many other countries, they are thinking, at least, even African countries, they are thinking of advancing, giving at least the basics to the population. Nigeria, no will. As I was saying before, I saw a video last time of a man that was carrying, all these tires he picked, all these spoiled tires that are always litter everywhere. He said he picked it from Lagos because he's dealing on recycling. They can use all these things to do. People that are on recycling, like even plastic bottles, they can use it to recycle it to other things. And it's part of also cleaning the environment. This man is a Biafran. He said he picked the whole tires as he used to do from Lagos, put them inside the container, and was coming. Custom caught him, I think, Benio Ore Road. And they stopped him. He opened the lorry in his car and said everything is used tire. That is rotten tires. I saw the video is there, it's on the video. He showed it. Look at. These are not rotten tires. Even Nigerian government should be even thanking him, even subsidizing him for keeping the environment clean. Recycling. Other places, government, lower taxes for recyclers, or even, give them money to cover part of their expenses, because they are helping the environment. But do you know, this man, he said the customs official said, no, this is a contraband. He showed the thing on the video. He said they were asking him money, he should pay. He said, no. This is something that I pay people to pick gather for me in the streets of Lagos. Because even he made Lagos city dirty. So I devised a way of recycling it, using it to do something something good. They say no, it's a contraband. They have to pay. Which other country on this planet Earth will endure this? The worst part of it is that Nigerians will see all these things. It doesn't concern them. Everybody will waiting. They see, say it's going from Lagos to Calabar. Once they hear it's going, oh, the Igbo man, the Biafra man. Because as I see, the man resemble from Calabar too. Oh, the Igbo man. Nigerians, they judge you according to your tribe. This is the highest thing Nigerian politicians have done. Britain did to thwart everybody. And they continue looting. So that you can never be coherent. Nigeria can never come together. It's impossible. It's practically impossible. El-Rufai was happy for Muslim tickets. So that Muslim, they defend the Muslim Islam. Nigerians don't care. They are not empathetic. Nigerians are just example of slaves in transatlantic slaves in America. Everybody mind your business. Are you hearing me? Slaves are strictly prohibited from taking another person's problem. Oh, that is exactly Nigeria. Exactly Nigeria. Nigerians have been subdued to mind your business. Don't talk another person's business. Don't take another person's problem. Even if they are killing him, leave him. It's his own problem. When it reaches to you, now you can talk for yourself. That is what Nigeria has done to Nigerians, the system. They have used Nigeria to divide the whole population. When I say using Nigeria, many things are involved, including religion. Oh, don't mind these people. Look at what is happening in Benue, in Enugu. Now they are using, Nigerian helicopter, dropping all these Fulani terrorists. Eyewitnesses said it. They said they thought that they were military coming to protect them. Before you know, they started killing every male in Enugu, our Enugu. Our people are not rising from Benue. People are saying it's far. In Benue, in a while, you are reading it in news as if it is happening in Galilee. I say Nigerians married to whatever that I don't. Before I used to pity, now I don't pity Nigerians. I'm telling you, I don't pity any. Even if you are my mother or you, I don't pity. Everybody merits what is happening in Nigeria, because the problem is of everybody. The cause of the problem, everybody, Nigerians are the cause of their problems. When they are killing people in Benue, oh, it's Benue now. Wow, Benue people rise up. They will say Benue people rising up, protesting, and they will send the soldiers to go and kill them. Other Nigerians will criminally keep quiet, watching it. Say, waiting for let the same thing come to. When it comes to their side, they start shouting. This is one thing we must avoid in Biafra land. Do you see division of the population is the worst thing that could happen to a country? That is why, do you see, I said it the other day. One of my main missions in this broadcast, in this struggle, is to make sure that we tune our ideology together, so that we become one people. That is why I always preach going back to our roots, because it is what binds us together. Are you hearing me? Some very idiotic people, they are attacking religion. Why can't I attack it when it is something that divided us into pieces? When something is happening, I'm now talking in our own land. When something happens to a reverend father, Catholic priest, or Jehovah's Witness, others will say no, it's a Catholic problem, not our problem. When it happens to Assemblies of God person, others will say no, it is Assemblies of God, it is not our problem. This is one thing I want to remove. I want us to remove before even Biafra is restored, so that whatever happens to one person happens to all. We don't care about, and this issue of in their mambala and their mama, oh, no, may I go to your state and do this, not in my own state. This is evil. These are things we must be challenging. We must make sure we continue preaching until this thing will be diminishing from clanism. Clanism. You see religion. You see this clanism. Somebody will be saying something, or doing something. Now you'll be attacking his. Nah, you are not from here. You are not from him. Go to your place in Enugu. Or you are not from Anambra. Go to your place in Rivers. This is evil. We should never allow this type of mentality in Biafra land. Otherwise, we will become worse than Nigeria. I am telling you. If we allow this useless, demarcations of the population, oh God Almighty, we are gone. Because that is the problem Nigeria is having. So we should never tolerate it in Nigeria, in Biafra. Never, never. If you venture, maybe insult somebody based on because of go back to your state, go back to your community. You are not from here. You'll be jailed. You'll be jailed. There are laws you put in countries. That is, you sanitize the country. Any person you arrest the person and jail the person. But these are things that are being said or happening in Nigeria, and that is the reason why the Nigerian population is divided. So when things are going wrong, when the terrorists are attacking one place in Benue, in Enugu, in Ogun, others will keep quiet, say no, it's not in our side. People will be killed in the same country you call yourself a citizen. In other side, it doesn't touch you. And you say you're a Christian. You say you're a Muslim. You say you are religious. What type of I ask, what type of religiosity is taking place in Nigeria? Where there is no, there is no empathy. Everybody to yourself. You clamor for yourself. You don't care for what happens to your fellow citizen. Let me put it like that. This is evil. That is why, do you see what we are doing here on Radio Biafra? We must make sure to fine-tune our ideology. Make sure that we now start seeing ourselves as one people. We don't care about what you believe. Or remove that belief. Insult my belief or anything, I don't care. But we are one people. That is the ideology we should. So that anything that happens to you as a Biafran, it touches me. I can rise up and carry it on the head. Everybody will rise up and we fight that evil. Notwithstanding, maybe, oh, you are from this church. Oh, you are from this, the other church. Oh, you are from this state. Oh, yeah, this state is also cleaners. State. Now, when Hope Uzodinma was imposed in Imo State, from 4th position to number 1, had it been everybody rose up, not only in Imo, everybody in the whole of Biafra land, call it the Southeast, rose up and said, no, what is happening in Imo State? We shouldn't accept it. It's unacceptable. From Enugu to Abia, Imo, Anambra, Rivers, Delta, all Ebony. They will come down and give Caesar what is due for Caesar. Because they will say the people have risen up. But when they see that it's in Imo, people in Anambra say, no, it cannot happen here now. Now Imo State, wow, no strong, now we now. This is evil mindset. Very primitive mindset. Why do you think that whatever happens in one place in America, as long as it's injustice, people will rise up from different states? Because these are wise people. I don't want to continue, please, because we have a program And Mazi Austin is here with me. Please, therefore, I will go direct to the subject of the day by bringing Mazi Austin to please start by making your introductory statement before we go into the details of what we have about on international global politics. Please, Mazi Austin, you have just a few minutes to make your introduction before we go on, please. Mazi, can you hear me?
Out loud and clear. Mazi. Okay. I am Mazi Austin, and of course, a Biafran. And I'm here to join Mazi on this program. Of course, it is a program of education, enlightenment, and above all, giving us the consciousness we need to have as a people. So, Maz, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity once again on your noble platform. Thanks.
There, Mazi, go straight. I want us to discuss or have a discussion first on what is going on, what is still going on in or between Russia and Ukraine, which is a very big proxy war by NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, that was formed during the Cold War after the Second World War. So in order to solidify the Allied forces, America formed it so that they will be more stronger, so that any attack on one country will be attacked on every other country that is a member. And we also understand how Russia, Soviet Union at us of that time, was worried, and they rose their worry about this type of union, military union, and there were agreements signed. They have Minsk one. The agreement signed that NATO will never expand eastwards, in order to assure Russia that you have nothing to worry about. We fought the Second World War together. After all, Russia, Soviet Union made the largest sacrifice. Soviet Union as of that time, during the Second World War, lost more than 27 million people, both military and civilians. 27 million. They made the largest sacrifice per country. And they are the people that reached Berlin first before America and the other countries. They in short, they are the people that even took over Berlin, the capital city of Germany that time. And the remains of Hitler is still in their possession till date. Only the teeth, which is also the only thing that is remaining of. So what am I trying to add? Because I'm trying to build the basics. The confidence of America, or the surety that NATO will never expand its ways, made Russia to leave East Germany and led to the what do you call it? The joining of separated brothers, East and West Germany. I think 1990 or 1991, hereabout. Otherwise, Russia wouldn't have left East Germany. It would have been like North Korea and South Korea till today. And that is why South and North Korea will never be together again. because Russia has no more trust on the West. So when all these things were happening, they were surprised that NATO was still expanding, cutting Russia's neighbor. That is the true story of what is going on. So, Mazi, please, what is going on today in Russia, Ukraine? Can you make a little sense out of the whole senselessness to the people, please? Mazi, over to you.
Mazi, thank you once more. You said if I can make a sense from the whole senselessness, anyway, that is, I think that is a very strong play on language, or play on words, as experts in literature would always say. Anyway, it's very, very important. I think, let me start by saying that within some period now, it gladdens my heart to see that both our media fellows and our noble platforms, we spend some times to educate our people on geopolitics. Prior to this time, we've not really find it worth embracing. We felt everything is just we and ourselves, without us understanding the interconnectivity of between the local events and global events. Thanks to Kikeda today, we are recognizing the importance of, you know, streamlining within the Committee of Nations, because Biafra we are asking is going to be a global player, is going to be amongst Committee of Nations. And because of that, we cannot start understanding how foreign policy formulations are done when Biafra arrives. Rather, we prepare our mind, prepare our populace to understand how statecraft work. Very, very important. So, back to the question you just raised. Well, some persons might have regarded me to be a pro-Russian commentator. I think those with a deep sense of Western influence would want to see it that way, because some of the things we discuss, some of the way we interpret events out there is not really the mainstream way of doing that. It's not really the, should I say, the popular way, quote and unquote, of way of discussing issues. We choose to say it the way we want to say it because we feel our people have been deeply immersed with Western form of thinking. And there is every need that we have to decommission our minds from programmed system of seeing things to a rational system of doing things. Very, very important. So you cannot talk about the today issues in Ukraine without you looking back from ethnic conflict in Donbass in 2014, 2015. Because people tend to look at the conflict or the crisis in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, to be issue of unnecessary aggression from the side of the Russia, which I think that is quite one being insincere to truth and fact. We should understand that what we are seeing today, I will say that Russia played a role within the international law known as responsibility to protect. It is part of global law, where a state actor can decide to protect a people that are facing repressive measures by another state actor. So the people of Donbass, we are ethnic Russians, moved into Ukraine. That is not a problem of where they find themselves. After all, if you come to Middle East, the Albanians in several places, you also have the Kurdish in Iraq, you have the Kurdish in Syria, you have the Kurdish in Turkey. So the scattering of one ethnic group might not be a problem. But in a situation, you start isolating them. You start denying them. And when they try to say, what you're doing is not good, you use excessive state power to unleash on them. That is quite condemnable. So what happened is that in Donbass region, there are ethnic Russians. But because they don't easily flow with what the Western countries want to happen in Ukraine, it's still the same West that instigated a phobia against them. Each time, hello? Go. So it's still the same Western countries that instigated phobia against these ethnic Russians in Ukraine, in Donbass region. And the Ukrainian central government decide every now and then use aid raid, violation of human rights, and Russia have been protesting on that, saying, no, you can't be doing this. But the West felt it's not worth giving attention to. And when Russia decided to use a military force, because what you're seeing today in Ukraine that started in 2022 is not new. In 2014, 2015, during the time of Obama, Russia decided to also use military confrontation to solve the problem. And in course of that, Russia was able to seize Crimea. And an agreement was reached, known as Minsk Agreement. Belarus provided a negotiation front in Minsk, a capital of Belarus. And Belarus neutral role to make sure that agreement was reached between Ukraine and Russia, and even the Russians in Donbass, which Germany, France, United States were signatory to that Minsk agreement. And I will now spend time to start highlighting the items in Minsk agreement signed in 2015. But one striking thing you have to know, according to Angela Merkel, the former chancellor of Germany, while Russians were expecting for full implementation of that Minsk agreement, the West were busy telling Britain that they signed that agreement in order to buy time, to enable them to have arms, fortify Ukrainian soldiers, fortify Ukrainian military industrial complex, fortify everything Ukraine needed for future war against Russia. So Russia was expecting for implementation of Minsk agreement. The West were using it as a relief to prepare for future war. And the war broke out in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Because everything that was agreed in Minsk agreement were all violated and neglected. German Chancellor Angela Merkel made us to understand that West were not ready to implement any word in that Minsk agreement. Now the war has broke out. And of course, the West had intention to, because like you said earlier, they believe that there is a way to destroy Russia, which is encircling Russia. They did it in Georgia. And Russia pieces Georgia by encouraging the South Ossetia and all the rest of them to talk of getting out of the Georgian Union. When Georgia noticed that it was a very costly mistake they made, that was Bush era. Georgia was forced to rescind that move. So, in nutshell, what you're seeing happening in Ukraine was a failed conspiracy to weaken Russia. Unfortunately, to the West, they never expected that it could get to this point, and Russia will still be standing tall. And of course, it teaches a lot to, because when you talk about geopolitics is not for historical purpose only. In fact, as a matter of fact, history is not just a storytelling. History is to guide the people towards how they, maneuver their future intelligently and smartly. So if you look at what is happening in Russia, what that tells us, for those of us who care to understand, is the Russian in Donbass are able to have a mouth, have a boldness, because they have an active global player behind them. So for us as a people, we should also understand the importance of global engagement. Because when you listen to some of us, you marvel at our level of understanding realism in today's world. We must understand that engagement, especially when it's constructive, is very, very important to those seeking for self-determination. So, Mazi, that is...
You round up on this. You even jumped. You forgot about the Orange Revolution in 2004 in Ukraine, where the American Secret Service CIA instigated, the Western Secret Service instigated a a coup. I call it a coup, though not military coup. People's uprising against a valid president, Ukrainian president, because he was supporting neutrality of Ukraine against NATO. So they instigated what they called Orange Revolution against Yushchenko. So go on. That is what I want to also remind you.
Yes, if you look at the Orange Revolution, that happened, all those were all clandestine operations of Western Secret Service, whether you call it MI6, whether you call it the CIA, whether you call it the German Secret Service, and all the rest of them. We all know what it was. The essence of that was to undermine the pro-Russian leader of Ukraine as at then. So it's quite unfortunate. And people tend to think that narrating issues from the perspective at which the Western countries want it to be done, that is a sign of being educated or being intelligent. But I think the world is so big for that, because people are beginning to realize that there are certain things the world had been plunged into that were unnecessary, that were just there to serve the interests of few corrupt globalists. And these are the things we need to understand as a people. Because the essence of us understanding this is to help us as a people to have a healthy policy. One of the things that undermines a people, from achieving the ideal policy is when they are not vast and acquainted with some of these complex global situations. Do you understand me? They now leverage on emotion instead of reality. And at the end of it, they realize that they have just wasted their time, because emotion does not have the local standing to achieve anything for anybody, Matt.
Ndewo Mazi. Ndewo. Now, going on all this, Mazi, because I don't know what. Now, as I was saying, even going on what is going on in Ukraine, we saw the rhetorics of Trump that is going to achieve peace in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, under 24 hours after election. People elected him based on his rhetorics about world peace and Russia and Ukraine, because he even mentioned it that this man, Zelensky, is risking Third World War. Now, strategically defeating Russia, I think, going on how things are moving, has become a goal for mostly the EU. Mazi, what do you think that Russia is obstructing for EU mostly? Because Russia is also part of Europe, although its part is in Asia, part is a very huge country. The largest country on earth is Russia. So, what do you think that Russia is obstructing EU? Why is this hatred so pronounced? They have been trying to undermine Russia, Soviet Union to Russia to what do you think is the main cause? What is it? Mazi, please go on.
Well, historically speaking, you cannot understand the dichotomy between the West and the Russians if you don't understand certain historical antecedent. You know, within the Western fora, there is what they call Western value, Western way of life, Western ideologies. You see, the West they have deceptively to themselves believe that they have consolidated a value system that must be globalized. They believe that their culture, their way of life should be a global norm. It should not be a continental factor. And because they believe on that, they believe that every other global player must key into that. And that's why there's what they call cancel culture. What is cancel culture? It has to do with encouraging you to jettison or get rid of your own value, your culture, and embracing the Western value and culture. What is called cancel culture is official policy of every Western government.
Mazi, supreme, our own is
Yes,
best, is the best.
why I'm careful in my language is because we are talking global politics. So when you push supremacist ideology here, the next thing here is a conspiracy theory and all this. So that's being what it is, Mazi. So they believe that they must entrench this value. That's why they believe that if somebody in New York food menu is being regulated by KFC, there's somebody also in Afobe in Mbise should also jettison Oyibin, which is Oba, Nkwobi, and start eating based on whatever the KFC food or nutritional directive says. So, why they are trying to push this narrative, this value system, which also is a vicious circle thing, is embedded in their economy. You see it in the way they play their politics. You see it in the way in their in their religious system, their own culture, which and the council culture system is all round embedded. So when they are pushing this value, the Russians are saying, no, we have our own norms, we have our own value system. There is something we believe on, and we cannot tolerate you to change us. For instance, you did mention that Russia is in Europe earlier. Ask yourself a simple question. Why is it that the Berlin Conference of 19th century was held without incorporation of Russia in the conference? Have you asked yourself that question? Because people do not understand that this conflict you're seeing today in 2025 predates 2025 thing. They have started as far back as the period of Otto von Bismarck and all the rest of them, and started having resentment on the Russian people because they believe that the Russian people refuse to integrate into what they call conservative Western propellers, streamlined for the world to see as a way of life. When they were discussing of invading Africa, balkanizing Africa, changing the destiny of African people by telling you that you despite the complicities in cultures and value, you must be moved together. The Russians were not interested on that. When they were putting the African people in Congo and all the rest of them, the Russians were just doing their own business. They were not interested on, the Spanish people crossing the Pacific, going to the so-called New World, where you have the Cherokees, you have the indigenous Americans. They wiped them, killed them, reintroduce a new breed of people in American society, destroy the Aztec civilization, and the civilization that were known before they had contact with the Europeans in America. The Russians were not interested, not because the Russians never had what it takes to also join them in that their, brutal and barbaric voyage. But the Russians have a value they say they want to uphold. So they now felt that in as much as Russians refuse to play along with what they want, in as much as the Russians, the Russians have been in opposition with them. Look at what happened in Cuba when they wanted to destroy Cuba, even nuke Cuba in 1950s. It was the Russians that opposed them. Remember the case of Fidel Castro and Batista government in Cuba. When they were dealing with the blast in South Africa, NC time, it was the Russians that upheld the hands of the blast in South Africa. What of Angola and the rest of them? Zimbabwe. So they believe that the Russians have been an obstacle to them against their global effort to subjugate the rest of humanity, because they see themselves as a special race. So they believe in order to conquer the world, they have to conquer their core opponent, which is the Russian people. So if people do not understand all these things, if the people do not understand the decades and centuries of this resentment, people will think it is a modern conflict. It's never a modern conflict. It's not that we are born in the era that we are seeing them dropping missiles and all this. Prior to this time, they have been doing worse. Remember, that was the same mistake they did at Kilogram. Russia took it away from them out of their carelessness. Out of their hatred to invade Russia, Russia repaired them and took Kiligrad from them. And do you think they are not still eyeing to take back what Russia? The same miscalculation they were doing, Russia took away Crimea from them. So you don't expect them to give up. You know, these guys are very stubborn breed. They are extremely stubborn. They are not like us who fight. And we tell you, I will not fight until this. If this doesn't happen, I will not continue fighting. They are not like us. At least I give it to them because they have this mental toughness. They have generational transition of warfare. When a certain generation in them is dying, they make sure that the succeeding generation opposes, unlike the black race. So I give it to them. So Mazi, that is for you to understand what is going on. You have to trust it. It's a long historical conflict.
Mazi, do you know what you are saying now? You know, most of our people don't know this. That is the saddest part of it. You know, in a global community now, in the world of today, like as you said, these people they monopolize everything. You know, you didn't pronounce it, but I'm pronouncing it about because when you are imposing your thing on me, your culture, that it is the best. Everything about you, you impose it on me as is the best. There is no other word to use than supremacist ideology. And one thing is this, because of these people, I mean the Russians, they maintain their culture. They have limitation. I study some of their cultures. They have limitation to things they can do. That is one of the reasons why they were at the forefront of helping Africa to get independence during the fight for a flag independence era of Africa. They thrive. They aided Africans. But he who controls your information, he who controls the media controls your brain. That is one thing the Europeans have succeeded in doing. They turned Africa or Africans against their saviors. That is very, very sad. You know. Now, when you look at what is going on and the analysis you gave, it also brought me because the questions I used to ask since these, when you look at the world population today, 8 billion plus B, and you look at the population of the indigenous people, the remaining indigenous population today, they'll tell you between 4 to 600 million, which means indigenosity is dying in the world. And it is I think, my view is that it is part of the global agenda. And that is one of the things that is also fueling the Fulani onslaught in Nigeria. That one, I just bring it, we will go into it later, the last. Because they want to kill indigenosity in the world, that this land is our land. When you are attached, when indigenous people are still maintaining in maintenance of their land, clinging to their land, it will be hard for them to change, to dance to the tune of the European or the Western, some Western cultures, which is inimical, which is against their own culture because they are in their land. But when you are uprooted from your indigenous place, very easily you can look at many of our people that are living in the West, like in America. Women have somebody can wake up, you can wake up in the midnight, your wife will call the cops, say, remove this man, he's a garbage, I don't want to see him in my house. But it's the house of the man, which is not the same thing with Africa or with our culture. So you cannot do it, all these type of things, commit it in our indigenous areas. But once you are being uprooted, it's very easy. So Mazi, I don't know whether you have something, you wanted to say something before we go on.
Yes, yes. Actually, I want to say something. You see, the issue of indigenous uh, question, you should understand that it has to do with organic structure. You know that. And one of those things that Western values Western values encourage is the idea of re-engineering. Re-engineering has to do with moving from organic to inorganic. And that is not only leverage to our food, including on the side of demography, cultural demography. What they are trying to do is to make sure that there is no society you can talk about indigenous society, organic society. You can say that, you see, these people, they have been here for the past 500,000 years or 50,000 years, and this is their succeeding generation. Let me give you an instance. This thing I'm saying is not issue of 21st century agenda, because our people do not understand. I told you earlier that in what you see, place you see today as Americas, which has to do with the North and South America, we used to have Aztec civilization, Maya civilization. These are all indigenous cultures and civilizations that flourished in this place today. But do you know today, eh, this region, what you see is inorganic identities. Because they went India, destroyed that indigenous identity, replanted a very complex population and identities. Now, if you also go in Europe today, Europe, I mean the member states of European Union, and by extension, UK, you find out that there is also a social engineering they are carrying out there. You can see the idea of the influence of migrants, trying to use it to override the indigenous people, whether you call them the West, the Irish, the English people. Give this society next 50 years, you find out that what you'll be having there is Asians, Africans, and all the rest of it. They are not stupid. They are doing social engineering. If you also come to Africa, where is even the hotbed of this project? There is also a conscious move to re-engineer every African indigenous society. What you see the Fulanis are doing today is only a fool. We see it from the angle of cow nonsense. It's not a cow nonsense. Now, they want to, this project is a future project. You might be so impatient to understand how it goes. But them, they know with what, if their project is uninterrupted, they know that in the next 100 years, if you come to Mbise, for instance, in my own village, for instance, in my own kindred, if it's not interrupted, you will have an Mbisema who is a Fulani and who claims indigene. Because in 2025, that project was initiated. And because the people who were alive in 2025 thought it has nothing to do with them, they were so careless about the future of their upcoming generation. The generation in the next 100 years will live to suffer it. It's a seed that are being planted. They know, these guys who are doing this, they know that until the natural phenomena are destroyed, they will never have a strong opposition. All of us are fighting to defend Biafran land. Why? Because we have that commonalities in anthropology and, of course, demography. So immediately you distort that anthropological and genealogical affinity. Of course, we can't have that bond, that cohesion, the force of cohesion to repel any attack on that identity. So what they are targeting genealogy, they are targeting anthropology. So that the people, when the people, it's just like North today. North is just a mess because of the introduction of this thing. They introduced the Fulani population in North in 19th century through the instrument. People never knew that Usman Danfodi operation in the North was British operation. I'm sorry, people might be asking, how possible is that? Ask yourself this question. Why is it that Usman Danfodi, or should I say Islam, never opposed British rule, colonial rule in North? Because the British government as at that time had understanding with them to re-engineer the northern population. Remember this thing happened in 1800, AD. And today the effects are being seen. This thing happened in 19th century. 20th century, it seems as if everywhere good, no problem. 21st century, the effect of 19th century is being felt. Do you know that those who felt that those houses, the ancestors who felt it wasn't their business? After all, I'm old, why should I even be committed? Wherever they are now, there are children in Zamfara, in Eastern Sokoto, in, the Kanuris, all of them. Their children are not proud of them. And of course, we know that history teaches for better future. That also, the same fate can also happen to our successors in the next 100 years. Because if you have told an Hausa man, a Kanuri man, that what you're tolerating in 19th century is going to be very, very disturbing to your offspring, your generation to come, they will say no concern. It's almost 200 years after the decision. If I'm correct, yes. About 100 and something years.
It's less than 200 years.
Yes, 100 and something
1804. Calculated, yes.
Of that decision. And today, after 100 years, the consequences, the effects are here. So, people, you see, let us understand realism of life. If you are not conscious of certain actions, you think it doesn't concern you. Because in North now, you just imagine what is going on. And the same policy is what these guys are trying to, even imply in us. The Yorubas are suffering it in Kwara State. And you can see what happened in Kwara. So, this is the way the Western value have successfully exported the anti-nature, organic. And of course, they educate us to believe that is the right thing to do, right way to go. It's quite unfortunate, man. So that's all I have to say.
Now, in rounding up on this particular topic, they tried the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. Donald Trump tried, whether wholeheartedly or hypocritically, I don't know. And what I really know is that he got the deal he was forcing for, or because he's a businessman, to get access to Ukrainian rare earth minerals. How do you think that this war is going to end? I mean, between Russia and NATO through Ukraine? Because as we are seeing, Russia is pushing on all fronts. They have taken over some parts of Donbas region and annexed to Russia, just the same way Crimea was annexed. And how do you think, in a nutshell, this war is going to end? Or is it something that will continue? They continue bleeding Russia, because I also
Well,
believe that it is a plan, part of the plan to continue bleeding Russia. Mazi, please go on and round up on this.
well, Mazi, for us to make a near accurate prediction on the war, we first of all have to understand the power quotient of the belligerent parties. I mean, the two warring factions and their supporters. Because if you do not understand the power parities here, talking about power quotients, we might end up making a nasty and speculative, weak speculations. What I'm trying to say in nutshell is this. We should ask ourselves, how strong is Ukraine? How strong are her backers, those who are backing her? And another way around, we should also ask ourselves, how strong is Russia and her allies? Very, very important we understand this. When it comes to deterrence capabilities, I mean, certain possessions one have in order to scare away your enemies. Russia is the leading one. Russia has the highest nuclear warheads on earth, followed by US. So when one possesses such magnitude of deterrence capability, you cannot toy around with him. Now, we know Donald Trump as a talking tough fellow. He loves talking tough, and of course, he maximizes opportunity, especially when he senses weakness. Donald Trump, as a businessman, understands that it will be suicidal for him to talk to Russia the way he can talk to Iran, the way he can talk to any other player on world stage. He knows that. Because the ability of Russia to incinerate places in America is not far. You know that. From Russia to Alaska is not it's not far. From
Alaska was part of Russia, or was part of Soviet Union. For I think we know that, because before it was sold to America.
Yeah, tentatively is an American soil. So from Russia to Alaska is not that much. Is at reaching capability. So if you also look at the Russian allies like North Korea, who is also a possessor, and her reach to American soil is also reachable. So when you have a country of that magnitude, it will be a wrong analysis to think you will handle how you will handle Iran. And you should also understand something that is very, very important. When a country have internal energy, it's something we you see when leadership say go to farm, people tend not to understand the importance of soft power. because our people believe out to power. That is our understanding to warfare. Russia has a very wonderful soft power mechanism. What do I mean by soft power? Efficient agro product, which means you cannot sanction her. Say, if you don't sign this, you will not get fish, aid, you will not get grain. You cannot. In fact, she has defied every formula that she's in war and yet donating food for free for African countries, for Turkey and all the rest of them. She has defied every war formula. Instead of her to be in excess reserve, to be thinking of reserving food, she's busy dishing out, doing a stock control because she doesn't want her stock to spoil. So she has to relinquish the old stock and restock. The same country also has a very sustainable energy that she even uses her energy prowess or power to conduct foreign policy. You can see how she's dealing with Germany, Poland, and all the rest of them now. And it's the same energies that she uses to control Turkey. So when you have a country that have a resounding soft power and a resounding hard power, you become extremely careful. So the level of humility Donald Trump is exhibiting is not because it's in the nature of Donald Trump to respect the Russian people. People should understand that. It is the deterrence capability of the Russian state that makes Donald Trump to play with all sense of caution. And of course, for those who care to understand, if you think that the drunk Western leaders in Europe, especially looking at UK, Germany, and France, others are not much interested. Like if you look at some European member states like Spain, Italy, what is it called? I've forgotten. Where you have Victor, who is their leader. I remember, I forgot. Okay, Hungary. Yeah, Hungary. If you look at Spain, Italy, Hungary, and all the rest of them, they are not even interested to keep on poking Russia. The only people who felt that they should provoke Russia until Russia nukes them is UK, is France, and is Germany. And the question is, why are they acting the way they are acting? Why are they provoking Russia excessively? The answer is not far. It's simple. They are afraid, they are allies, those who control these three countries, most especially France, Germany, and UK. They are believing that if they should lose the war, they will lose influence. Their respect, that fear of them will disappear in the minds of the world. So for them, it is either they fight into extinction by getting Russia and nuking them, or they even die by themselves. They are just trying to play a very dangerous politics. So the fact that they are afraid that if Russia emerges out of this war strong, which every indication, every indices is proving that, then their influence on world stage is just gone and gone. And I quite understood them, Mazi. I quite reason along with them, because you should understand that America emerges from Second World War. When America emerged out of Second World War, America became so influential and started knocking them off from some of the colonies they had. Remember, the world started talking about decolonization because America came out of Second World War stronger, while Britain, Germany, France, and all the rest of them, they were all frustrated, so weak as a result of the fate of the war. They lost a lot of things to America. They lost the world influence to America and Russia. They just became sit down and look. So they are afraid that history is going to repeat itself. That if Russia emerges out of this war, why they will be weak, that it will come to a point that even a corrupt Nigerian politician who cannot dare breathe will tell London, go to hell. Because they understand it will deplete their power. So it's as a result of the fear of the known, fear of the future, that is making them to drive a vehicle without brakes above 200 speedometer. And only God knows what the end will be.
Maz, just like as you said, it's a very big insight because the fear of their power being downgraded. You know, like Igbo adage, one Igbo mantra. He says, "Come on, ono, neri eri gakwusi iri. Come on, kene bido ben. Yara iri at all." That is why it's a very big mantra or very fundamentally flawed mantra, which is also what is guiding the Europeans today. Instead of them, you know, they were empires controlling, invaded different parts of the world, including Africa, invaded, and we are controlling countries and still controlling countries as proxies. And all of a sudden, Russia will disgrace them. Russia will disgrace them on the world stage. Come on. The the shame, just like you said, somebody in a very corrupt Nigerian politician will say, hey, which UK? If for example, UK Prime Minister call him on phone, he will even cut phone on him, say, go to hell. I will cling to Russia. And this brings me, yes.
That is that playing now.
Exactly. And this brings me, yes. This brings us to the second topic about Israel and Iran. You know, what we always portray here is in-depth analysis on what we should know about on how things are working on geopolitics, not sentiments. It's a pity that many of our people are still clinging on one type of sentiment or the other. And the danger is with your sentiments, your world views, you'll be viewing the world through that sentimental prism, that sentimental viewpoint. And that is very dangerous for a people that are fighting to liberate themselves. That is why we gather here, we, educate ourselves on things we should know. Mazi, this ongoing Israel-Irani war, how can you equate or how can you, say something or take something? They were on negotiation. US, Iran, they were on negotiation. In the middle of that negotiation, Israel went and bombed Iran, which is also against international law. But I'm now seeing, personally, I now continue to see that law is for the weak. Abiding to the law is for the weak. Once you're strong, you think you can get away with the law, you do it. That is what I see. So, what are they also trying to achieve? What is your view of what they are trying to achieve by this bombardment of Iran? And now some of them are considering regime change. And we saw how the Shah, Khomeini entered office in 1979.
Yes.
Now, how do you think and what do you think that they want to achieve, or the real in-depth analysis of this war between that was imposed on Iran by Israel? Please go on, Mazi.
Well, in first place, we must understand that Israel has the right to defend herself, just the way Iran also shares the same right. I believe certain factors um, and certain undertone reasons might be fueling the war which is going on currently in Middle East. Yeah, the world is calling for de-escalation. Why every day what we're seeing is escalations. In the first place, we must understand that Israel is a very, or should I say, Israel is a relatively small country that is encircled by supposedly our enemies, according to Israel's narrative. A lot of her neighbors don't want her to exist. Remember that. And because of that, she must do everything to survive. Now, we ask ourselves this question: does he mean everyone in that region hates Israel? If the answer is yes, the further question we should ask is that why? If the answer is no, the another question we should ask ourselves, then why the tension? You see, Mazi, Middle East is a very complex environment because of the ethnic, or let me say the race, multiple race. Because if you look at Middle East, people always think Middle East is an Arab versus the Jews society. No, it's a very complex race. If you look at Middle East, you have the Arabs mainly in Gulf states: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, and others. Now, if you go to Turkey, they are not Arabs, they are the Turks. Then, there you see the Jews. And if you go to Iran, they are mainly the Persians, they are not Arabs. Now, the question remains: why is it that Israel has problem with the Arabs? Talking about the Palestinians, the Syrians, the Lebanese. The same Israel also have problem with the Persians. Talking about the Persians and the Medes are the Iranians. They are not Arabs. And the same Israel also have a very disturbing or cold relationship with the Turks. That shows you that the event in that region is more of a standard propelled war. People should understand it. Middle East is a center of combustion that are being done in Washington, D.C., in 10 Downing Street, in Brussels. So everything just keep on heaping. And Mazi, remember, these guys you're seeing, all these things you're seeing within that region, because that region is quite a very wealthy region. All these things, anytime there is a conflict, You are a researcher. Take time to research what I'm going to say. Any single time there is a conflict in that region, just check the end point. The end point is resources control by external factors, by external players. When it happened in Iraq in 2003, under the auspices of going after Saddam Hussein, it ended up leading to American occupation of strategic resource places of Iraq till today. When they told us sometime in 2004, 2005 that they were going after Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, what did he end up? He ended up America controlling the cocaine farms in Afghanistan. Pentagon harvesting the cocaine because Afghans have a very good cocaine product. That's what it ended up. When they told us it's going to happen in Palestine, what did it lead to? Because Palestinians are sitting on billions of cubic of gas reserve to a point that Trump said he's interested to buy the entire land because of what is beneath the earth. Golan Heights, when it happened in Syria, we know. So let people stop deceiving themselves. What you see most times, all these things you're seeing, either a certain institutions or companies in the Western countries are trying to influence American Pentagon budget, which has to do with armed procurement. You see them instigating conflict because they want to sell, they want their stock to grow. All this thing you're seeing, Israel is shooting, doing. Israel is going to refill it. And how is Israel is going to refill it? American government is going to go to those companies that are producing those equipment, buy it and send it to Israel as a foreign aid, thereby putting money. So Netanyahu is speaking, some persons in America are telling him, you know, you're doing it for us, guy. Do it more. Escalate further. So that we'll see reason why American government will demand for B-2 bomber, demand for F-35, demand for F-16. We need to sell. Stock needs to climb. And on the side of the Iranians also, as they are also doing everything to survive the attempt to subjugate them, certain players are also gaining from that. So it's quite unfortunate that I know I must have disappointed some of our listeners because I'm discussing it out of different way that they might have not expected me to discuss it. But we are talking to ourselves as Biafran people. We must understand the dirtiness of global politics. Because if I come here and start talking about Iranians hate Israel and Israel people hate Iranians because they want to survive, you're just giving a smokescreen interpretation of what you can see in the mainstream media. CNN cannot tell you that there is energy transaction in every of these conflicts. They won't tell you. They won't tell you that.
Mazi, do you know that there are Jewish parliamentarians in Iran, Iranian Jews? You have Iranian Jews. I say a Iranian Jew parliamentarian in Iran today. I was listening to his interview. He's an Iranian, but he's a Jew in Iran. He was condemning what Israel is doing, but he's a Jew. So that is what our people fail to understand. And our people are carried away by sentiment. Mazi, please go on, go on. Sorry for interrupting you.
Well, there are Jews in Iran. There are Jews in Iran, no doubt about that. So I didn't want to go to the nitty gritty of that because in almost every part of Middle East, you see the Jews. Yes, you see the Jews there. So there are Jews as well in Iran, no doubt about that. But the centrality of what I want us to understand here is it is more of business to those in Washington, D.C., to those in Downing Street, in those in Brussels, that most of our people could understand.
Okay, Mazi. We are still on the Israel-Iranian war. One might also be thinking whether it's a personal revenge mission on Iran by Donald Trump, because during his presidential campaign, he publicly, openly made a statement. I mean, Donald Trump, that Iranian regime is trying to assassinate him. He's on record to date. All those assassination attempts, I think he put it forward that it is the action of Iranian intelligence, Iranian intelligence services. So one might be also thinking, is it on personal revenge, or it has something to do with Iran trying to de-dollarize their economy? Ima sometimes kwan I na say oke soro ngwene ma mmiri, o nwere ike ya kọcha ngwene ọ gakwa na akọcha oke. You analyze how Russia, or treating Russia as Iran, how dangerous it is because of their capability. Sometimes Aneji may be somebody that they see as weak in order to start giving example. One might also think, is it because of Iran following BRICS to remove herself from dollar circles, trying to transact her businesses, international businesses, using their local currency, neglecting dollar? That is another point also, which we can also explore. Nonetheless, what we are seeing in this Israel-Iranian war, there is a question or a statement you made, which also was a question. If these Arabs in the Middle East, they hate Israel, if they hate Israel, why? Because the detail, it's not we are not going to enter into the details, but the devil is in the details. Why? Why must everybody hate you? And sometimes we are, they use some religious sentiments in order to cover up, push us into trying to understand issues in a different way altogether. Whereas the truth, the reality is there, hidden profoundly, which we usually fail to dig. But I am happy that this time around, we are no longer falling to all these sentiments. We treat issues as it should be. And moreover, we do things, or we treat issues based on our collective benefit as freedom fighters, as people that are looking for something. That is the main point. Treating issues to our collective interests. So, Mazi, another thing also I want us to, because I want you to also go that area. when you look at Iran, also, there are mistakes. Yes, they made mistakes. I could remember one of their past presidents, Ahmadinejad, during their campaign, that all those few many years back, his rhetoric is to wipe Israel out of the map. That has been his rhetoric, open rhetoric, to gain voters, to gain more people. You see that he has come. He has been president for I don't know how long. He has gone. Israel is not wiped out. But people clapped for him that time. Oh, this is the person we want. He is very strong. So you see that reality and sentiments are two different things. When you compare it to this our struggle, many people would have loved for the current leadership to be coming on to be saying what just to make them happy, so that if they are feeling gloomy about our situation, when they remember the voice, now they'll feel happy, that at least now they'll feel comforted. That is the only thing, not the reality. And that is the reason why many of our people fell for Ikberima. We are not going in that. I'm just giving it as a digressive analogy. Now, how can you call for extermination of a country, notwithstanding how that country was formed? But the reality is they are glooming at everybody. The country is there. The country is there. There is no way you can rewind the clock and destroy a whole country, say no, it can no longer exist. Even if it is the weakest country, it cannot be destroyed and say annihilated. And now, it will be no country again. It is impossible. But Iranians, that man is no more in power. But Iranians, ordinary citizens, are at the forefront dying, bearing the brunt of the rhetorics made maybe 20, 30 years back. Some Middle Eastern countries, they made all these rhetorics. Many of them that made all these rhetorics in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, many of them have died. The leaders, the political elites, many of them have died. But it is the new generation that is suffering the brunt. So, how do we also compare all these about threatening a country that you are going to wipe it out, and now you are facing the reality? If you can come in here before we also move. Go on.
Okay, well, let me start. Let me start from the alleged plot by the Iranian government to kill President Donald Trump. Well, the U.S. intelligence within that time, that period, it was Biden that was president. The U.S. intelligence told us it wasn't Iranians. Rather, the guy who did the shot was frequenting to Ukraine. So it's more of a Ukrainian operation. But you know what? Because at that time, Trump wanted to speak to what the Jewish voters and lobbyist group like IPAC and all the rest of them wanted to hear, and he played a card. So I cannot believe Trump more than the U.S. intelligence cycle of within the campaigning period. So U.S. intelligence agency told us that Iranians have no hand in attempt to assassinate, and the further information they made public showing that a shooter was frequenting more to Ukraine and Europe. He hasn't been to Iran, neither has he had contact with the Iranians. So Trump sounded politically correct in order to get the attention of the Jewish lobbyist groups and all the rest of them. So we cannot say it was Iranians that wanted to kill him. And of course, like recent time, he was confronted with intelligence report that Iranians are not yet close to making a bomb, nuclear bomb. And he flagged it down that he knows what he's saying.
He
Well, he's
said
a
he
president.
said that it doesn't matter. It doesn't care about what the intelligence chief
So
intelligent
he's a
report.
president.
That what he knows is this
He's
and
a
that.
president.
Yes, he disregarded the
Yes. So
intelligence report. Go on.
yeah. So he's a president who is sitting on his executive seat. Why the intelligence agencies are career agents? They are career spies. They are trained for years, for decades. So many of them have spent over 30 years in gathering of intelligence for the survival of the people of United States. And because you want to please some certain quarters, you are not saying that you don't believe in the report of intelligence agencies. If the reports of the intelligence agencies are going to be selective, it doesn't show any decency in governance. I loved Donald Trump. At least I dedicated my time during his campaigning period for certain reasons. For some ideological compatibility, reasons of ideological compatibility. But the truth remains, there are certain things he's doing that the world cannot just watch him doing that. He negates the principles of fairness and fair treatment. So him saying he don't care about the report of the intelligence agencies of the United States just because that was the mistake the president of US made in Vietnam. The intelligence agencies were telling him something, but because of his ego and pride, he believed he could crush the Vietnamese. The Secretary of State as at that time, Henry Kissinger, he's late now, decided to postulate a theory. In fact, as a matter of fact, I studied that action in the university. And that theory says, tell the president what he wants to hear, not what he's supposed to hear. That statement was coined from Henry Kissinger, late Henry Kissinger, the former US Secretary of State. Because the president of America, as at the time of the American Vietnam War, was so arrogant to undermine the capability of the Vietnamese. He wanted to hear good stories. Henry Kissinger decided to make sure that whatever the president will hear is what he wants to hear, not what he's supposed to hear. And he was told that, President, do you know our Apache helicopter finished Southern Vietnam? We dealt with them ruthlessly. We did this, we did that. And before he could know, the end point was him seeing American soldiers on the roof of Vietnam building running away. He got him shocked. That was the same thing that happened in American operation in Afghanistan. At the time, American presidents refused, successful American presidents refused to hear the truth. They were told that these guys are fighting from the mountains. Some of the bombs, when you drop them on the mountains, it doesn't have power on the mountain caves where Taliban are. The president said, don't mind, never mind. I mean, we have the highest equipment. And guess what? What is the end point? America left a lot of her agents in Kabul and flew. That people were falling from the wings of the aircraft, Pentagon aircraft. Because reality is stronger than illusion. People should understand this. It doesn't matter how you think, how sweet you want it to sound. At the end, you will swallow that bitter pill. So, back to Iran, and I think there was this final question you asked, which I think I'm trying to connect. If you can help me, Mazi. There's this final question.
I said, is it also due to Iran is trying to de-dollarize herself?
Okay,
But,
good,
yes.
good, good. So on the issue of the dollarization, we all know that certain actions Iranian people have taken or the Iranian government have taken is as a result of necessity. And people do say necessity is a child of invention. These guys have been under sanctions since 1979 of the revolution. America have so much sanctioned them that even their presidential flight, to maintain it, they have to smuggle parts from friendly nations. America Boeing doesn't even sell spare parts to Iranian aircraft. Sometimes they have to go to, buy it from black market. What of the pharmaceutical industry? So when in a situation where you have restricted somebody from conducting global trade on the floating currency, which is the dollar, he needs to survive. So he has to do everything to configure himself to do without you. Because sometimes when people push this narrative that Iran pushes for dollarization, you should ask yourself, did they naturally walk into that? Just for instance, you can see what is going on. Israel is bombing hell out there. And within some of the Western, at the faces of some of the Western countries, they are applauding that. Then tell me why Iran, after they come out from this stage, we don't want to have what it is as a deterrence against future occurrence of that. So these are some of the things people should understand. These are some of the things people should understand. So, but on my own, I condemn the war from the belligerent parties, the two parties, because it is the civilians that are suffering the most. You had it when it happened in Israel. The Prime Minister of Israel has to travel to Greece. He evacuated his family members for a safe place. The same thing also happened to Iranian leaders. They have to go for safe places. Who are those people dying on the street of Iran, Tehran, and in Tel Aviv, in Bethlehem, and other places? Just innocent people who never bargained for war, who never wanted war, who never sought for it. These elites will just stoke fire. The valuable flight, the most dangerous part of it is that when they are escaping, they even tell their warring partner, the people they are fighting with, and say, please, it's also time our presidential jet is going to fly. Please avoid throwing missile on this side. They negotiate exit. They quietly negotiate exit. Ask yourself a question. Why Russia and Ukraine have been fighting? Why has Russia not brought down the aircraft of
Zelensky. Yes.
Yes, they negotiate it often on and on. The elite negotiate. So when they are playing this chess of warfare and all the rest of it, it's the common people that suffer it. It's the common people that suffer it. You can see what is happening in Benue, for instance. They said there is a political conflict between the political elites in Benue. So it seems as if some politicians are supporting the Fulanis just to make sure that the current government in Benue is destabilized. Are those politicians supporting the Fulanis in Benue? Are their kids in Benue? No. Are their family members in Benue? No. They have even evacuated them to Abuja, some of them to Europe and US. Why the ordinary man?
Mazi, are you still there?
I'm here.
Okay, go on.
So you can now understand how terrible, how dirty the world is. So until the people themselves wake up and understand certain gimmicks of these terrible and corrupt elites, they will be playing chess on the back of the people, and the people will be the one falling victim of their actions. So, Mazi, that is what I'm adding up.
Okay, Mazi. We see all these wars that are going on. I don't think that there has been a time in this world that maybe for 10 years there is no major war in any part of the world. I don't think so. So you see that human beings still have that animalistic trait, animalistic character that is still remaining in human beings. We are talking of humans being civilized, but sometimes I doubt when you see things that are going, because the world seems to be the jungle where might is right. There are laws for the weak, or the laws is meant for the weak, whereas the strong can do anything they want. But nonetheless, in everything that is going on, we must continue learning. Sentiments blocks your sense of or consciousness for learning. Sentiments can block it. But when you become neutral, you are watching, you are analyzing issues, you are looking around, trying to understand, making researches to understand more what is going on. It helps a lot. Now, Mazi, when we talk about wars, we are seeing how also the Sahel region, including Nigeria, is continuously being overrun by the Fulani terrorists. There, you see, the West is not making it, no longer making it secret. We can see some time ago, Ukraine publicly boasted of their military or intelligence special forces participation in training the Fulani terrorists in Mali and in Burkina Faso, which led to even the recalling of these countries' ambassadors to Ukraine for consultation. So you see that this world today, they are using everything. Everything it could be a weapon. And the Fulani has come out to be the globalist weapon, I can say, because Bala Mohammed, the governor of Bauchi State, said it, that the Fulani, they are globalists. And we are seeing what is happening. We are seeing what they mean, what he meant, is playing out. So, these countries, the three Sahelian countries that is boldly now saying no to the colonizers, which is also part of what we said before, that when you look at what is going on in Ukraine between NATO and Russia, NATO and Russia, you mentioned it, the Europeans, the colonial masters, let me call them that, they don't want to lose any influence, whereby ordinary Africans, I call it ordinary African leaders, can say no to them. And we are seeing it. For me personally, I see that what is going on in the world, in Ukraine, mostly Europe, in Ukraine, is not unconnected to Africa, because the removal of winning of, let me call winning, WEAN, that is INAPO France, the winning of France from mostly these three countries and others lining up, is a kind of tactical defeat to France. Tactical defeat. We saw a report that in 1 year before, Niger Republic was making $1 billion out of their huge deposit of uranium. 1 billion, B, like Bible, 1 billion only from that natural resources. But since they sacked France completely, they are now making 1 year, they made 300 billion US dollars. So we see what France has been benefiting is only on Niger uranium. It didn't talk about other reports, other things are not among. So we see that, for me, what is going on between Ukraine and Russia, and the hatred of Russia by the EU, by all these colonialists, is not unconnected with what is going on in Africa. And that is why they are sponsoring directly now, sponsoring the Fulani to rampage everywhere, to commit atrocities everywhere. Mazi, please say something about this, about the regional geopolitics and the ongoing Fulani onslaught in Nigeria. Many people, Nigerians are highly ignorant. Because, why do I say so? They don't understand the politics of the Fulani, what is going on today. That is why they still cling on Nigeria to come and protect them. Mazi, please, I need your voice here before I also continue. Mazi, go on, please.
Well, Mazi, on the issue of regional development in Sahel, we all know that the Sahel has fallen into the hands of the Russian entities. Yes. And you can see that every now and then, Nigerian government have been consistently pleading for AES member states to return back to ECOWAS and trying to give a palatable incentives. And these guys have moved on, because nothing like freedom. You should understand that. Freedom is really amazing. Freedom is really fantastic. What is happening in Sahel today is something that every right sense person should know as far back as 10 years ago. And strategic Fulanis have lost Sahel strategically, because the loss started from Central African Republic. That is where the first loss started, where when the militia, the Christian militias known as Anti-Balaka Group and all the rest of them, vehemently opposed Fulani terrorism in their land through the aid of the Russians. And some of them, as at that time, they were pro-French leadership in Mali, in Burkina Faso, in Niger, and all the rest of them. So some of them ran to Mali, some of them ran to all these places to have a refuge. And before you knew that, the government in Nigeria sat there was considering giving them, settlement in the name of Ruga, which IPOB vehemently opposed and killed that project. And that's why when I look at people asking, what have IPOB achieved? I look at people being so foolish in their questioning. Questioning is the right of a people, but when questions are illogical, just because somebody wants to make satire out of it, you have no other reason than to question the mental sanctity of that fellow. IPOB vehemently mobilized her resources to oppose Ruga. The governors collected money and were ready to implement it. The money flew down to the local, Royal Highnesses, to our traditional rulers. They accepted it and they were just in tandem with the Ruga project. It was IPOB that mobilized media war, physical presence to repair that project. And today you can see people asking, why have IPOB done? Why have IPOB achieved? IPOB achieved what nobody can even boldly stand, not even the governors. But they were all mentally defeated. So what is happening in Sahel, we must understand that the West have a trusted collaborators in Sahel and in Nigeria to undermine security of this region, most especially to those who are not in agreement with them. And those people they have easy collaborators are the Fulanis. You should ask yourself, which ethnic group that Fulani has not offended in Sahel or in Nigeria, let's say, for instance. Tell me a people that Fulani have not offended. None. Even the Hausa people who accommodated them and said, come and stay here, be part of us, they are also killing them. So that tells you that we have a terrible future that we must all face with all boldness and commitment. Because the enemies are heavily sponsored by those who have a racial hatred on Africans. We must understand that. Ask yourself, why is it that the politicians, even in Nigeria, are watering down the crimes of the Fulani people? Why is it that when president wants to talk, he will tell you, negotiate, accommodate? These are all watering down, than playing tunes. Don't think they are not conscious of their languages. They are conscious. Because those who put them on that seat have won them. You dare not go hard on our puppets, our militias, our foot soldiers. You must be careful how you talk to them. So it takes the people to rise up. The governments in these regions, those who are fighting like in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger are sincerely combating them. But in Nigeria, what is happening? The Chief of Army Staff, Christopher Musa, is from Southern Kaduna, so he understands Fulani terrorism than any other body in Nigeria. And he has opened his mouth to tell you that the root cause of this is land grabbing. Because he saw it happening amongst his own people, the Chief of Army Staff, Christopher Musa. And he also said that the cow rearing should be stopped. And he finally said that army cannot cover everywhere. Let the youth in every community mobilize. What do people want the army chief to tell them again? You know, in this part of the world, if you don't speak verbatim, if you don't speak in ABC formula, people see you as yet you are not talking to them. A man has made such statements. He has made series of statements, sending a strong signal that you are on your own. Protect yourself as much as you can. The DG of DSS have also, in the same way, said that. They have, because they all know that this is all about jihad and land grabbing. And like I said earlier, this project that Fulanis are driving is not just today's project. They wanted that in the next 100 years, a Fulani man can boldly contest for governor in Imo State. Do same in Enugu, do same in Ebonyi, do same. Because by the time they settle, they will definitely subjugate. As a matter of fact, I went to certain places in our land, and I discovered that there is no way Fulani settlement is in our land that they did not give cow to the Royal Highness of that land. You cannot see how the they come in, they give some cows. Some of these our glutinous Azes and Igwes. We pretend they don't even know that these guys are existing because they donate cows to them. Do you think they will keep on donating cows forever? A time will come, they will start donating bullets. Even today, they did it to Hausa people. You know that people hate history. People do not want to be abreast with history. They started from pampering the Hausa people. From pampering them, they destroyed them. They destroyed their allies. From destroying their allies, they are not destroying the common people today. The first of all started from their allies. And today, the common people. In the same way, they are killing the common people in other places, pretending they are in good time with the governors and the allies, so-called allies. When they are done finishing their defense line, those who will protect these allies, they use. When they are done wiping them, forcing some of them to go to exile, run away, make the land vulnerable and open for, they will not call the allies the answer. They will guillotine them. They will just behead them because their lines of defense is just vulnerable. So, Mazi, is a terrible situation. But what is there is that we are not going to give up. We own ourselves the responsibility to defend the land. It is a duty. Because if we fail, a generation to come will be under servitude to them. Because Gowon was gullible, because Gowon was miscalculated, because Gowon was so glutinous, he just wanted to be held commander-in-chief of armed forces. He never considered the future of his people. Today, what is happening? Before Gowon, his people have been slaughtered. That is why every one of us today that are still strong should remove selfishness in whatever we are doing. Remove selfishness. Because you are not just only endangering your life, you are endangering the life of Dombonkeys. If Gowon had sacrificed answering a president, let them impeach him. If they so, let them overthrow him. After they let overthrow him, when they finish using him. If Gowon has sacrificed that myopic tendency, that selfishness, because he wants to be a president, He wants to be applauded. Today, he would have saved the people of Middle Belt. I don't think Middle Belt would have been in this bloodbath it is today. Well, because, you see, that is one thing, one dangerous thing about our, egocentricism. Nyem, so some, only me, I, me. If you don't know the implication of that, know that can jeopardize the future of your children. It might happen before us, like Gowon, or it might also happen after us, like others. So we must be selfless. We must be extremely careful. Let us not be living our life or approaching this struggle that if I'm not going to benefit from it, it doesn't worth fighting for. Hey, I'm 70 years. Why should I be much committed? Or for how many years? That is myopic thinking. Do it because when you leave, you don't know whom your sacrifice is going to preserve and protect. After all, there are people who discover what is it called? Insulin for cancer. Most of them are no longer on earth. They never knew that insulin can even be used for people they don't know at the far away parts of the world. That is what humanity is all about. People should be abreast with humanity. Because when you're a humanist, you understand the importance of preserving the world, preserving its people. Not because you're going to be a direct benefactor, but because it is worth doing. So much that is what I can say on that.
Mazi, in this case, let me ask you a direct question on your view. Do you see any end to these Fulani onslaughts, mostly in Nigeria, under the Nigeria system? Do you see, an end to it? And if yes or no, how? How? Under the Nigerian system. How do you think all these things will end? Please.
Ahmed, you say what you said again.
No, I said, do you see any end in sight on this Fulani onslaught to or against the indigenous people, the non-Fulanis in Nigeria? Do you see any end to it under the Nigerian setting? If yes or no, how or why?
Well, let me tell us something, and for those of you who do not understand, we have to understand it. You see, when the rest of Nigerians are telling you that they don't want the Igbos to go, when you talk about Biafra, they become so repulsive towards that. People do not understand certain things. Fulanis have succeeded in subjugating the other part of Nigeria, except Nnamdi. And that's why most of you do not understand that the fight in Benue is a military strategic plan. They are not fighting Benue because of there is something precious in Benue. Rather, Benue is a launch pad. They want to own Benue, they want to conquer Benue, so that they will have a proximity to attack the Igbo land effectively. Our people do not understand some of this military science. That's why countries consider what we call proximity, geopolitics, geographical mapping. That is what the Fulanis are doing. There is nothing special for them in Benue. Ask yourself, why is Benue a boiling point? It is simple. Benue shares boundary with Ebonyi, shares boundary with Enugu. So, in so doing, is a geostrategic position. for their future plan here on Igbo. Of course, when you talk on the Igbo, you are talking about the old eastern region. So they want to make sure they consolidate in Benue. That they consolidate in Benue. So to them, the last line of defeat that they want to conquer is the Igbo nation. And let me tell you why the rest of Nigerians, out of selfishness, when you talk about Igbo's exit, to them, it looks at them that they are finished. The rest of Nigerians believe that it is only the Igbos that has the courage, because of their less dependence in government, that it is only them that has the courage that can deploy independent resources against this Fulani menace. They also believe that our geographical circulation, I'm talking in respect to our bases in several countries, that we have what it takes to mobilize international influence. So for that reason, that if Igbos leave them, that they are gone, Fulani will just use them for people's soup. So when you see some of them showing resentment against our quest for self-determination, it is born out of the same fear that a woman has on the man at which she survives. So that is what it is. So if anybody is expecting the Fulanis to stop, Fulanis have not achieved the project. The roadmap is to conquer Nigeria, subjugate Nigeria. So you can be thinking it will stop. That is, you have the right to think. You have your right to think. It is so bad that when operation, that some military officers led them on that operation. That's to tell you the level of penetration they have made, not only of government, even within the cycle of government. And anybody would think is going to be. No, you cannot see. Nigerian factor, it will happen, people will just cry. Show, video it on camera, trend it. After 48 hours, they move on. The Fulanis also go back and start planning for another place to cause havoc. People will also shout, hey, I support Benue. Justice Benue. All this nonsense. After a few days, it will die down. People will move on. So Mazi is not something that is going to stop. The only thing that can stop Fulanis is the same measure they met in Central African Republic, which is heavy unleashing of hell on them. If that doesn't happen to them in Nigeria, forget it. You cannot appease a narcissist. Fulanis are core narcissists. And your attempt of appeasing them, they interpret it as weakness and cowardice. And that is my submission.
Mazi, finally, also like in this our struggle, I want to just say something from there. I ask you this, like I was going through in a platform in this our broadcast, and somebody just wrote and said, just talk, you people should talk about what is happening in Biafra land. So, for some of our people, due to ignorance, they don't understand what it means to be educated or to understand geopolitics or how the world works. because I see it as our people, IPOB did a lot of things positively to the mindset of our people. Most of us didn't understand how the world works. Many of our people were thinking that the world is black and white. Little did they know that there are different colors. That's why, I used to have some suggestions on my private, but from Biafrans, some platforms. The other day, somebody put a voice and say, Mazi, you people should, is it not to write to the international community what is happening, the way they are killing us, so that they can come and save us? Mazi, these are, even now, some of our people are maturing, understanding little by little. But before now, that type of mentality is highly common. Thinking that, look, they will come, we have to just write or invite people, they come and fight for us, do something for us, and that's it. But the world does not go like that. So, in conclusion on this program, I want you to please try to answer that person that writes that comment, talk something that is happening in Biafra land. Does it mean, how does the knowledge of geopolitics, whether global or regional, how do you think that it is beneficial to what we are doing? Mazi, please go on, so that you round up before I open the lines. Please go on.
Well, as one sad thing about ignorance is that you live to learn, and sometimes the learning might not be really good. So what am I trying to say? Take for instance the kidnapping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. If actually we are informed on geopolitics, we ought to have known that Kenya is a porous ground, and perhaps do everything we could to make sure Onyendu does not set his foot there. But because we don't understand international politics, international laws, international engagement and statecraft, we don't understand. Then we are making noise on social media until when reality struck. And that is how life works. Your ignorance does not negate realism. So, the event in Kenya, did they affect us locally? As I'm asking.
Of course, Mazi, it affected us heavily locally, yes.
Okay, so that we were bereft of realism in Kenya, does this stop that realism from playing out?
No, it didn't.
Good. So, you see, one thing people should understand is that what you refuse to know today, what you denied yourself from knowing, you will also know it. Nature has a day it must subject you to know it. What you're supposed to know at a particular time, say, no, I don't care. It doesn't concern me. It's happening in Mercury. It's happening in Jupiter. It's none of my business. Why are you supposed to know it? You don't need to bother yourself. It's a matter of time. Nature will subject you into knowing that.
And maybe it might be through the hard way, knowing it through the hard way.
It is always through the hard way, Mazi. It doesn't come, you see, it doesn't come when you fail a class and repeat it. Does it come smoothly? You're going to meet people who will insult you because you're older than them, who will mock you. So it doesn't come in a good way. It's always that way. So what am I trying to say? Our people should understand that the Biafra we are fighting is going to be a global player. We will not get Biafra today and retire it to, Umunze, Community Town Union. It's going to engage. Whatever you have, you're going to reach out for trade relationship. If you're going into war, you must have allies who are going to sustain you within the period you're going to engage on military engagement. These are realities. You cannot run away from it. So when you do not know what is happening in Sahel, when you do not know what is happening around you, how will you know how to fight certain events happening in your local setting, but had international undertone? How will you know it? So these are things our people must, as a matter of fact, wake up to. Because if you say you don't want to wake up to it, one day it will wake you up. And that is what it is, Mazi.
I think we are going to go into a few minutes break because we have taken, I think, almost 2 hours. We're going to go into a few minutes break. And when we come back, we open the lines. Sometimes it's not good to overload our people before many will start suffering a lot of diminishing return in their heads. So that is it. So the knowledge of international politics is very, very crucial to what we are doing.
Maz, sorry, before you go to break,
yes.
I wanted to add something.
Yeah,
Hello?
go on.
Okay, I want to give a clear instance. There was something that happened. I'm not really digressing. When Berima was out there and his people were shouting that Finnish Prime Minister is in tune with him and Finland is supporting them, I called somebody, I said, I want to check something. Mas, do you know what I did? I went into research to check the data of trade relationship between Nigeria and Finland. Mas, what I got was that from 2022, Nigeria-Finland trade relationship increased to 40%. Mas, you understand what 40% means in trade relationship?
It's huge. It's huge.
It's really who is supposed to be maybe 5, 7, which is even seen as a positive growth. But you're seeing 40% increase in trade relationship. I told somebody, I said, if Finland is telling this boy that they are supporting him, they are going to trade him very soon. They are going to trade him very soon. And the person said, what do I mean? I punish the person with data. I said, a country cannot be against a country he's trading, is having a surplus trade in trade relationship. I said, watch out. You see this guy? This guy in Finland is using him as a trade chase. And you're going to see what is happening. It didn't take up to 2 weeks. It was picked up. Now, I was able to deduce that fact because of my openness towards geopolitics. Now, somebody who feels it's not important will not see what I saw. And that is how life works, Maz.
Thank you very much, Mazi. As I said before, we are going to go into a few minutes break. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, please. There is no knowledge that is a waste at all. We are lagging behind. I say most of us, we are lagging behind on international politics or geopolitics, even regional, which is very, very sad. That is why we are concerned only on our individual survival, which is wrong. Today we are engaged in our collective survival. Therefore, it is very, very crucial for us to understand how the world we are in, how it's working. Because what is happening in Russia and Ukraine, it is affecting us. What is happening in any other place, any other cardinal point of this globe, we must directly or indirectly receive the effects. That is why it is good. And for knowledge sake, because we are heading to our own nation where we must engage, as Mazi Austin said. We will never be isolated from the world of politics. We must engage. We must scavenge for allies. We must have allies. We must have foes. We must engage in in trade relationships. Economy must be going on. That is why it is very important for us to understand all this. Therefore, I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will receive just few calls. People will call in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
Was all about. And then we now realize plan that they were building up a database. Yes, a GPS guided mapping, as they called it, the mapping of all the hospitals and the health professionals, and using the GPS in their phones to be able to track all the doctors and the medical personnel. They have their numbers. So this raised an alarm, and we were able to alert people, and all of a sudden, under the Buhari administration, things seem to have piped down. Now, immediately after Buhari's administration came to an end, they came up again with the so-called third phase of this survey. So this whole new program is what they are on now, to map and target and kill the doctors. This was exactly what they did for the farmers. Bill Gates donated, in quote, 14 million cell phones, which they call the electronic wallets. The idea was that they were going to give 2 billion naira loan or grant to farmers. What the plan, as far as the doctors are concerned, is that the doctors of Nigeria are the people who should, according to their plan, collect the eggs of women, which will now be used for the cloning procedure we call somatic cell nuclear transfer. And this is what I want to explain, what this is all about. Okay. Now, what the West is looking at is that they envisage a new human industry. The new human industry will make it possible to replace organ parts of sick people. Okay. Instead of continuously taking drugs for any medical condition. So what that means is that if you have a heart disease and you go to a doctor, the doctor will could take a sample from that your diseased heart, send it to the biotech companies, which are actually most of them in this category are owned by Bill Gates. They will now clone exactly that heart of that person. And how will they do this? They will take the cell the doctor sent them and remove the nuclear material, that's the nucleus that has all the genetic information. Now they will get the egg of a woman, or eggs of women, because they will need several eggs for this. They will remove the nucleus on that egg and then transfer the nucleus from that disease heart into that egg. So that's what we call somatic cell nuclear transfer. So when they transfer it and then they keep it in a culture to grow into a heart, replicating the exact.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Johnathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra Land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 19th day of June 2025. Tabo Bochiorie being Thursday. Therefore, as you may know, I am here with Mazi Austin in our special program today, Viewpoint, Radio Biafra London Viewpoint. And today we talked about global and regional geopolitical issues that is happening around us. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our lines are now opened. So that if you have any question, please feel free to ask. If we can provide the answer to your satisfaction, it is okay. Also, people will be listening because this is our parliament. Our lines are now open. We have our WhatsApp and Signal line, which is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat for the last time, +61 405 142 547. You can call us on this number on WhatsApp and the Signal. The two are working. If you also have suggestion or your view, please make it as brief as possible so that we can at least take more calls than previewed, please. Mazi Joe, you are the first caller. I don't know whether you can hear me, Mazi Joe Agafe. Can you hear me?
I'm here, sir.
There, Mazi, please
yes.
Go on. Welcome to the program. Please
Thank
go
you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, Biafrans. Here is Mazi Joe all the way from Germany. Mazi Austin, thank you so much for this your amazing analysis. You have been so educative and very, very powerful. Mazi Johnathan, this program that you brought up again, that's this particular episode, and your Saturday programs. If IPOB members are not tapping anything from it, then they are not ready for freedom. If Ndibo or Biafrans are not gaining anything positive from it, then we are not ready for freedom. Mazi, as a historian and also an international, relations expert, you see, the geopolitics right now happening is really, really, affecting us as a people. People might not understand this. Now, before this your program started, I was watching the bombardment of Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and the Israelis bombing of, Iran. And what I can just see is the British. what I can see is just the British. You see, Mazi, like as we said, as Mazi also said earlier, the British, the French, in fact, NATO, they are about to fall. So they are ready to cling on anything to survive. If they don't survive, they prefer all of them, every other people to perish at the same time. Because they are not ready to play second fiddle to other people that they have colonized. There is a fear among all of them that how can we stoop so low now to be commanded and be told by these people that we've ruled for over hundreds of years to do this, to do that. That is the reason why the war in Ukraine is being used to deplete Russian armaments. The war between Israel and Iran is also being used to take out one of Iran's allies, Iran. They cannot take out China. They cannot take out North Korea. Now, they have seen an easy window through Israel, providing them with everything. They have taken out Syria. They have reduced the activities of the Hezbollah and Hamas. Now, they went for the IRGC of the Iranian government, their military arm. They took out all of them. Mazi, let us also remember that the president of Iran died in a helicopter crash, but they don't want to let us know the people behind it. But anyways, that's gone by the ways. But currently, as we speak right now, Mazi, there is a terrible fear in the camp of NATO, because in trying to deplete Russia, North Koreans are there to provide, to shore them up. The Chinese are there. So now they are looking for just a simple way for Russia to first of all throw a nuclear missile at any one of them. Then they will now use it as a propaganda that yes, Russia threw it first, let us all attack them. But they have forgotten one thing, that throwing a missile with a nuclear head is not it can, even before it leaves the country that shot it, or that rather shoots it, the Russians can bring it down.
The nuclear war doesn't favor anybody. It will signal almost the end of the
it
war.
Doesn't favor.
Everybody will be a loser. Everybody.
Yes, but everybody will not die. We know that. The population will be depleted, yes, but it doesn't favor anybody. But the capability for a missile to carry a warhead that can get to somewhere in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, is terrifying for them, to them. So they are looking for a way. Okay, let us all die once and for all, so that no humanity will be in existence anymore. Because it is going to be hard, especially for the British Empire that have sucked blood, that have eaten indigenous people all over the world. It is not going to be an easy battle for Russia. But thankfully speaking, the Russian president understands this game very well. They are poking him, pushing him, but he is doing it slowly. He's fighting them slowly. Not that he cannot do what they expect him to do, but no, he has learned. Mazi, do you know that Putin was the former KGB head in Germany, in the eastern part of Germany? He was the KGB head then. He understands these people very, very well. So they have met a match in him. Now let's come to Africa. Now, these people are, the French have lost 3 countries already. Now, the British are trying to make sure that Nigeria does not go. Now, they have to use the Fulanis, who they have been using, since when they fought, they fought the Fulanis. The British fought the Fulanis. They won. Now, they now organized a mock war where they handed power over to the Fulanis and told them, Nigeria is yours. Control it, will be behind you. And so it has been till date. Now, the only people that can counter their onslaught are Ndibo, the Biafrans. I have always said it, and I will always say that amongst Biafrans, Ndibo are the first sons. They are the first son because it's only the first son who want to fight to cover the rest of the younger ones. The younger ones, many of them are siding with the Fulanis. But now they have all been seeing it clearly now that war is upon them. War is upon them. The Fulanis are scattered all over the southern part of Nigeria. They are in all the bushes, forests, waiting to unleash evil on Biafrans. But Mazi, do you know what? Now, they are waiting because what is happening in the international scene is also making them to hold on. Because definitely there must be a counter. There must be a counter attack. And that counter attack will come with the support of a great power, which is Russia. Now, the British and NATO are planning strategically to see how they can reduce the capability of Russia to intervene in any other part of the world. And Africa is going to be a game changer. Amazi, also in the Middle East, where we know definitely that name, the Middle East, was just coined by the West. That place is Africa, but we all know they just coined the name the Middle East, and they planted European Jews in that place to look after their estates for them. Once upon a time, British companies were in charge of Iranian oils until when it was nationalized by one of their past presidents.
Mazi, please conclude, because there are many callers. Please.
Yes, I know, Mazi. So my point is this: the way this geopolitics is going, Mazi, it is going to wear NATO down because they are trying to fight many wars on multi-fronts. It will definitely affect them, and it will going to bring back Biafra. Thank you, Mazi.
There were. Thank you very much. We must continue. Caller on, let me see. Caller on Signal. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp. I've been calling and dropping. Caller on Signal, please. Can you hear me? Mazi Madabuchi, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother.
There, welcome to the program.
I salute to you, our brother Mazi Austin. Just very quickly, because there are many points you and Mazi did, but I want to touch. I want to tell our people that this day and age we are living in is very, very dangerous, because the hegemon and their client states and the allies are seeing challenges in the so-called emerging multipolar system or multipolar world order. And now the question is, will those who ruled the world since after the end of the Second World War, will they manage their the sharing of power and influence, or will they
throw the Samson option. That is pulling down the house upon themselves and everybody. So, there's what our brother, you and our brother Austin tweeted about this the influence of why the British and the French, most especially, are very active in pulling and pushing America to go further in Ukraine and every other place. I want to tell our people this, and I know that you and Mr. Our brother Marcus know this, and some of our listeners know this. The British and the French they know that they can count on America in terms of challenging their opponents in the emerging multipolar system. Who they want to weaken, if not destroy, is Russia and then China. They are not hiding it. The war in Ukraine was ab initio to use Ukraine to weaken Russia. Why is it? Because Russia has, even during the Cold War, Russia, that is the Soviet Union, was very active in Africa in supporting decolonization. The Putin people know today was active on the ground to fight in Angola, Mozambique, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe, etc. as a colonel. So they want to put them down so that they don't have the possibility that he will help African country or help Africa to be decolonized. Because they have been eating Africa for more than 500 years. And they don't want to give it up. And they will use any system, anything they can. People will be looking at the kidnap and the sudden rendition for our leader as isolated the case and Nigeria. No, it is part of that game to stop the person who is opening their bowels as to what they are doing. And I will say this. If you remember General Musa, the Chief of Defense Staff of Nigeria, he said that when they captured this colonial, Fulani colonialists or Fulani terrorists, they have, first of all, more sophisticated arms and ammunition than Nigeria, and more everything in full, everything nyafu. And secondly, but not the least, they have worlds of foreign hard currencies of all denominations in their possession. And the interviewer asked General Musa, who is supplying them with these arms and ammunition, and who is giving them this money? He didn't want to answer it. He said, you don't know, I don't know. He was laughing. You don't want to say it. There was another way he said it, But what I'm telling you is that what is happening in Nigeria, like anybody who doesn't understand what Dr. Njaman is saying, it's like the person is deaf. There is a very powerful agenda by alternate power being used by this brigade of a person in order to weaken the indigenous people. And what is the end? To reduce your population and seize your natural resources. So Africans must be awake, and Biafrans. One thing I have to say before I hang up, Mazi, because please, I want to repeat what you're saying. You always say it, or not always, but sometimes you hammer on it. Biafrans, it is what Nelson Mandela told them when they are interviewing him in America. They say, why are you friends with Castro? Why are you friends with Yasser Arafat? He told them the mistake they make is thinking that their enemies must be a South African enemy. So I'm telling Biafrans, we are not enemy to anybody, but we are no goat or no sheep or no stood for anybody. And nobody's enemy should be Biafran enemy. if a Hausa tribe or Fulani, I mean not Fulani anyway, but I mean like a foreign Islamic country want to help Biafra, why not? Why the hell not? Why the people who we are waiting for to come and rescue you are the people who are sitting on your head. So nobody's enemy should be our enemy. For ideology, for that sake. God bless Biafra. You see, you can do one.
The war should be open to beneficial or symbiotic friendship. That is it. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me, please? Go on.
Yes, Mazi. Good evening.
Welcome to the program.
Uh,
Go on.
Mazi will be calling from Oka. Mazi, I want to ask a question. Now, it's a rhetorical question anyway, so if Mazi says I have answer, you can answer me. I want to ask this question to Biafrans, to Igbo, one Nigerians, and to our leadership. Mazi, the question is concerning the intel about Benue being the launching pad of this pyramid. My question is, when the time comes, are we ready to defend our land? Can we withstand their power? Understand? The next question is, how can we make this our money banks, all these billionaires, to support the defense of our land? Because with what I'm seeing, I think we will get it hell. Then,
I had your question.
My view on this Israeli Iranian exploration. I'm thinking that maybe now what they are doing, like Trump, he came out to say that they want to resettle Palestinians. He discussed with GV and they agreed that even the Palestinians. Understand? So I'm thinking that maybe what they are doing now is maybe they want to do that resettlement of people now. And they know that with Iran being by their side, they can't do this. That's why they start this nonsense. And they're calling it nuclear enrichment or whatever. And again, I don't know if Mazi should have answer to this. I had a rumor of a queue in Cote d'Ivoire and Cameroon. I don't know how true that is. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Mazi, all those you call it rumor, they are rumors. They are Facebook Facebook rumors. Mazi Austin, do you want to say something, please? You had him right.
Mazi, just highlight what he said summarily.
No, what he asked question, he said, do we have the capacity or the capability to resist what is coming to our land? As they are doing in Benue, once they have a grip there, it will become a launching pad. And he also asked, how do we bring our Igbo billionaires and millionaires to be concerned to what is coming to us so that they can also contribute their quota?
Well, okay, thank you. Our brother who called in, I want to thank you. Anyway, the questions you ask are not a difficult one to respond to, but I think it must be responded with all forms of sincerity. When you say, do we have the capacity to defend our land? Well, I think we had done that in the time past. Remember during Buhari time, over 100 billion naira was allocated to Mieti Allah, the Fulani terrorists. And within that period, ESN also dealt with them ruthlessly. That they went on, newspaper publications, raising alarm that a lot of their people were killed and buried in the forest. Maz, I don't know if you remember. Same time they received over 100 billion money from Buhari. So, first of all, a winning soldier or a winning military, first of all, wins a mind. The state of their mind matters a lot. And you can agree with me that every one of us have a love for the motherland. Every one of us have a love to defend the motherland at all cost. So that is what is needed, first and foremost. Then on the issue of do we have what we take to defend the land, I believe furthermore, you are talking about equipments, materials for that. I'm not in a better position to respond to that because I don't have access to security architecture of the struggle. Talking about ESN, the equipment and personnel. I don't have access to such information because I leverage on media. Even Onyendu was asked recently, based on what we had during the court procedure, that the DSS asked him what is the number of ESN. He said he doesn't know, that it is the Directorate of State that runs the day-to-day operation. So I think if anyone wants to know our capability, I think such question can be addressed to the department in charge of Homeland Security of the struggle. So I cannot say what I don't know on that area. Then on the issue of forgetting our Igbo billionaires, you see, we must understand something, that no billionaire would want to associate with a ragtag people. That is one thing that we have not taken time to sincerely tell ourselves. If movement is organized, if a movement is handled with all forms of sincerity and truthfulness, naturally, everybody would want to be part of it. Everybody would want to support. IPOB as a movement have seen a lot of destabilizing attempts. So in a situation, you come up and the people who were shouting they are ESN to defend the land, somehow were deceived by certain individuals to start stealing, kidnapping, snatching cars by elements so-called autopilots. You cannot expect any reasonable big man in our land to throw support with whatever entity they claim they are running with. This is what it is. This is the reality. Nobody wants to associate with a failure. Nobody wants to associate with disorganized and disoriented people. So it is within the period we went into what we went into. It was damaging. It was damaging. And that's why we always tell people, you see, there are things you think you're doing against the leadership, you're doing against the movement. I can only support Noyendu Komsa, such kind of languages and other. You are the signal to those who are, greater than us in terms of finance. Because whenever a people are organized, they are attractive for investment. People want to identify with organized people. But when people are disorganized, disoriented, You don't want that. After all, no big man in our land would want his homeland to be taken over, his village taken over. He also is aiming for people he will support that will defend it. But you must get the sanctity, the reputation, the level of organization they have before you put up a support. This is a sincere thing we must be telling ourselves, whether we like it or not. And that is all I have to say, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Caller on, let me see. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Please go on. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there? Caller on WhatsApp. Please go on.
Coming from my education, I'm happy to get involved in your program this night. So my question is this. We are talking about geopolitics in the struggle. For over the time, I've been wondering what we are doing about our local geopolitics in the southeast, the old eastern region, where the proxies of the British and Nigeria has been leveraging on our maybe tribal divide to divide us the more. So what are we doing? Because they've tried to Igbonize, they tried to make the struggle for Biafra and Igbo struggle, so to say, instead of looking at it as a whole, because other ethnic groups are also involved.
Mazi, can you clarify? Mazi, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Can you clarify?
Yes.
How do you mean that they want to make Biafra struggle to be Igbo struggle? I want, because
no,
I have
no.
had
What
this.
I am trying to say is
Yes.
Yes, what I am trying to say is that most of the time you hear Ohanese talking about once you mention anything about Biafra, they will jump out and be in the forefront to condemn and to fight us. And
this is Ohanese.
Try to show.
Mazi, this is Ohanese. Ohanese Ndi.
How do we mitigate that?
You cannot stop people from talking. That is one thing. You know, there is something. Mazi, just be there. You will continue what you are saying. But I want to correct this impression. Some people, you know, they used to judge things in an abstract manner, or with maybe one person's statement. Now they judge it as look at, they now say it's Ndibo. Maybe one comment or two comments, even on social media. They now use it. They use it as a yardstick to make reference, without knowing or understanding that there are millions of people, millions of voices. IPOB is an organization. It's a movement for Biafra. It's not Ohanese and Igbo. Some of all these things, I used to see that people have been conditioned to one pattern of thinking. Now they can.
Yes, I agree with you.
Now anything they see, they can say, "You see, this is what I see. Look at it. Look at it now." Just like the way people have been conditioned to hate Igbo, other tribes. It doesn't matter which tribe. Oh, they love money. This and that. Now, somebody will go to Igbo man shop. He will say to him, maybe t-shirt, 5,000 naira. He will come out, hey, wow, look at. Instead of looking it as, he's a trader. It doesn't, a trader can, if he gets you, you don't price well, he hits you. If, but there is a considered or a pre-mindset that is there already. So anything you see, anything the person does, you have already one mindset against that people. So you can use it. So when you bring in Ohaneze Ndibo, now let me ask, is it what of Ijo Youth Council? What of Urobo Union? Do they ever talk about Biafra? Let us be realistic. We should not be judging things at all. If you are judging Ohaneze Ndibo, say, what did the Urobo Council or Ijo Youth Council, do they ever talk about supporting Biafra? So let us be frank and look at the issues holistically. What I was expecting from you is, what IPOB did that was making it to be like it is an Igbo issue. But you brought Ohaneze Ndibo. Do they call it Ohaneze?
No, it is in an effort to buttress what I'm saying.
I know, I understand.
IPOB,
I am not talking to you
yes,
as per se, but I want to clarify this from some people's mindset. Are you hearing me? So when you talk about who is the Biafra land coordinator now, it's an German. Are you hearing me? Day before yesterday or 3 days, yes, day before yesterday, some officials in Biafra land, they talked, they spoke on I hosted them. Different from Igodo to different. So all these type of things.
Yes,
I don't want people to be bringing it up.
Kind of program, trying to
So I don't. We cannot be happy. Wait, Mazi, wait. Just listen. After I will give you chance, because I want to clarify this issue. We cannot be appeasing, trying to appease. Let them know say this and until we become victims and die. It's impossible. Any person that is using Ohaneze Ndibo as a yardstick for what we are saying, for what we are doing, go also and look at what a Youth Council. Why not use them? Why not use their statements? Why not use the Urobo Youth Council, or what do they call their group? Other Biafran clans use their groups also. Why should you be targeting Ohaneze Ndibo, this and that? Target. I want us to target what IPOB is doing, not what or any other group is doing. That is what I want to clarify. Mazi, please go on.
Okay, so thank you for the effort. I'm happy to hear that some appointment is being designated to other ethnic nationalities. We are one family, and we'll continue to fight as one family. At the end, Biafra we must achieve. Thank you, Mazi, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this program, and I wish all of us good luck. Thank you very much.
There we Mazi. Thank you very much. Caller on signal. I think you're going to be the last caller. Mazi Emikris. Always. Mazi, there we welcome to the program.
Good evening from your Mazi. I always be the last caller, right?
Of course.
It's not considered anyway. Thank you very much. I appreciate the program tonight, and very fantastic as always. Miles Dawson, your analysis is so fantastic. Let me begin from saying what our brother, the second to last one, said now. Talk about whether are we prepared. From my own perspective, I must claim to you, we are not prepared, honestly. The kind of mindset that our people have, they don't use that kind of mindset and get people. People that always run when the time, we don't prepare in time, we don't preempt something that will come attack us, to probably have a solution for it, prepare it and keep it down, wait. He was talking about the Russian war and all this Ukraine war. He said there's a thing that has been for many years ago, and that's how Kanu works. Kanu has prepared this war you are seeing today for many years, since 18th century. They are still working on it. But after the Biafra Civil War, the war we fought with Nigeria, our people just went. Look at, even we are talking about the building houses, building our infrastructures in the western part and the northern part. And you see a Biafra, his brother's house or shop was demolished. And the next day, he acquired shop on that side. People with this kind of mindset, honestly to you, are not ready. Because they will ready not only being physically, mentally, you will be able to face propaganda to understand. I remember when our leader started this program many years ago, somebody called him and said, hey, what he's doing on this program, he didn't see it on CNN, he didn't see it on BBC, they never talk about it. Our leader laughed at him and said, you, that's how you are. You take example of what is happening in Africa now. This is Traore. How many international media, even I don't think that yourself have even shown it, even transmit anything that happened there. The dates, especially in Europe here, they never do it. They keep moving. That's international engagement. This our chief person was talking about. Not only negotiation and other things. There's a lot of things. All the whole media, not Germany, not Italy, not France, they don't talk about it. They reach an agreement that they should not talk about it happening in Africa. They see, look at if this Burkina Faso now President Traore went and maybe go and kill somebody, then you see all of them talk about it. So let me not address much. My brother Austin, that things I see anybody like person goes to Mazi Johnathan to say that we should talk about what's happening in Biafra and leave the international. That person is so blind of politics. He's still primitive about the international politics. If you do understand it, you know that the TV he works, CNN and BBC, is also part of the politics. Because what they fed in there will conquer his mindset, and they can also make him to behave in different way. So we require the Biafrans required to know understand the international politics. I think those in IPOB have begin to understand a lot of things in international relationship, in certain things. Thanks to media, propaganda, and other things, we have understood that very, very well. Those in IPOB. There is also gameplay on the ground that we, some of us, even in IPOB, have not understood. And there's a lot of them. Something like the military, the men, when you throw bomb on the air, it's not when you throw bomb on the air, you win the war. Our leader said it, after you throw bomb, you come down. The way the war is on the ground. Because you have to establish your state in that land. That land does not welcome you, those on the ground does not welcome you, does not win the war. That will happen to America in Afghanistan. They can throw a bomb to destroy every building, everything, but we have not won the war on the ground. We have not won. And that's what our people have not comprehended. We understand that the war is on the ground. Winning the war not only win physically, you also win mentally. You understand? Last time I said in your program, anytime our people stop being a stooge, I use a local way to explain so that our people understand it. You can be working with enemy. You see that person as an enemy. Even if you want to employ you, you said no. Now we begin to understand that. What I see now is I think that our people have not understood. Let me ask Mazi a question before I go. The recruitment they're talking about in Nigeria, forcing the Igbo people to be recruited into Nigerian military, which have not happened before. Didn't you see that as in relation in a war in Ukraine, that why Europeans have not went to the war? Because the population of Europeans is about 720 million. And let me tell you, to be honest with you, the European population, 90% of them don't understand what their people are doing, their government are doing in Africa. So if they came for the war, even make it publicly, their people will condemn it. They can physically condemn it, and they even might protest for the war to stop. But then they don't understand that what feeds them is what they are getting in Africa. So even they make their people to understand that Africa, there's nothing good that comes from Africa. Nothing good. Even food. Even the food they sell in Europe, 60% of them, they cultivate them in Africa, but they can never write it in Africa. So they write it, they bring it either South America or any other place. So if they are saying they are going to war, they let their people know. Their people massively will condemn it, will be against them. So they are hiding it. So now my question is that why they have not gone full war into Russia? Because they don't have the men. It's about 720 million people. They don't have the men to fight that war. So they are trying to see whether they can collaborate with other African countries. You know, the Ukraine war, some Nigerians fighting against Ukraine, some are fighting in favor of Russia, and against Ukraine, some are in favor of Ukraine against Russia. So this is how we are into war. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you.
There were Mazi. Mazi Justin, I want to say something.
Hello?
Yes, Mazi.
I hope I'm coming out loud and clear.
No.
Okay. Well.
No. Go on, Mazi. Okay.
Okay. Well, the argument is not bad, or your dimension of interpreting it is not bad. But the truth remains, conscripting people into Ukrainian war or as European interest to fight the Russia is not an easy thing. Already Nigeria has a personnel deficit, and that is what they are trying to recoup. So Nigeria cannot abandon their local deficit and be more interested to, fit in the depleted European military population. I believe that is not that, because already, if you watch the passing out parade they did last time, few weeks ago, a few days ago, you would understand that Nigeria is struggling to meet up the number of personnel needed in the war, in the military. In fact, they even call back some retirees because of the campaign by IPOB for Igbo youth not to join, which also the Yoruba people also followed up that line of action. So I believe it's mainly to recoup the local demand, not necessarily the European. And of course, the Europeans cannot have such resources. They had it in Second World War because the world was in dark as at then, but not today again. So it's not easy for them to get that. The resentment against Europe in Africa is high, which they know. They are struggling on that. That's why you see them trying to do PR, which is not really selling. So it will be a difficult task for them to do, because African youths have shown a high resentment against them. So it's not going to be possible. And if you watch recruitment parity between Russians and the Ukrainians in terms of Africans' identification, you find out that Russia is even having more of African sympathizers joining their military than that of Ukrainians. So it's a very difficult situation for the Europeans, and they know it. And that's why they're also skeptical about going into full military confrontation with the Russians, because they know, like you rightly pointed out, they have a low population. Demography is not at their advantage. So that is my contribution to your question.
And also, Mazi, and also, Niger Republic. Niger Republic has been, for a long time, a recruiting ground for the Nigerian military also. But today, Niger Republic, due to the government, the revolutionary government they have changed, they are suffering the same fate like others against the Fulani onslaught. And Niger, you know that there is mostly Hausa indigenous population with the other indigenous. So I don't think they open or they allow their citizens to be recruited into the Nigerian military like before. That is why Nigeria government is highly desperate. in order to get, because I call the recruited soldiers from Biafra land into Nigerian army or Nigerian military. I call them they recruit them to meet grinders. They use them. They slaughter them. Southerners in general.
Exactly.
Yeah, they slaughter them. They use them as cannon
Exactly.
fodders. They send them to meet grinders and they grind them into pieces. They sabotage them, give information to Boko Haram, ISWAP, all you, even your fellow military officer or military personnel who is a Fulani can shoot and kill you. We have witnesses of this, Their commanders are using them, the Fulani commanders, because when you look at this, the Fulani per se in the Nigerian military as ordinary soldiers, they are not many. They are not many at all. What you have the Fulani, they take positions as commanders, as a high-ranking officials. Now they use others as foot soldiers, and it's no more business as usual. It's no longer business as usual. That is why I continue preaching here, talking to even middle birthers to desist from this senseless Igbo hatred and face the reality. Face the reality that is facing you, nothing more. So, Mazi, before I make my closing remark, please, can you go on to making your closing remark also on this today's program? Mazi, please, go on.
Okay, Mazi, thanks for the opportunity anyway. I want to appreciate our listeners all over the world who joined us. And above all, I want to thank the leader of this movement, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and everyone who patiently is pushing in genuineness of heart this great movement. I say, Mokike, preserve us all, and may we see Biafra. He say.
There, Mazi, take a Austin. Tomorrow is another day. We can fix this program another day, sooner than later, because we need to catch up with the pace of things that are happening in this world. No knowledge is a waste, as I said. Therefore, we must continue in this program. Program of Biafra restoration. It is a project. We must continue. And nothing. The Nigerian government, the Fulani Caliphate maybe they have understood that IPOB is indestructible. It doesn't matter how long they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because to them, they gathered their think tank together with Britain. They gathered secretly and said, how do we destroy IPOB? They said, no. The cardinal point is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, their leader. That is remove him from the scene and IPOB will collapse. That is what they thought. And they did it. They kidnapped, against all international laws. They kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with British blessings and support. And lo and behold, after 4 years, IPOB is even waxing stronger and stronger. Come the 12th of July, IPOB is going to open another license office in Spain, Malaga. We opened last Saturday in Bremen, Germany. What do you call that? So, we are waxing stronger and stronger. And now they are confused. They don't truly, really understand how we are moving. Because we no longer come out openly to talk what we are going to do or what we are doing. No. That information has been deprived of them. Therefore, if you are a Biafran and you are listening, and you are not supporting what you are doing, you are trying to help Nigeria to defeat us. That is your quota. If you say no, I cannot support, I cannot do anything until Mazi Nnamdi come out, you are indirectly helping our enemies to defeat us, and you are included. You are aiding the enemy to defeat yourself without you knowing. It's just like the gods are not to blame. When you read that book by Alarutmi, you understand. When you are doing something without knowing it, you think that is the right way because you take the wrong decision. You are aiding and abetting the enemy to suppress us. Therefore, what you have to buckle up and support what we are doing in one way or the other, in your capacity. That is it. Therefore, we must continue. You have known, in this struggle, remove sentiments and analyze issues as it should be without no sentiment, so that you can get the in-depth analysis as it is, and you make use of the information. That is how it is. But when you are seeing issues with sentiments inside you, you have a supporter, or you are supporting this person or this side because of this, which is useless. The reason of supporting is just almost useless to ourselves. Now you should think twice. Biafra remains who we are. Biafra is our ideology. Therefore, we must continue making sure that our lost nation is restored, because it is restoration, restored, not actualized, because Biafra existed before. Some people were born Biafrans. That is it. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening. Sunday, I think the 26th. Therefore, please welcome your friends and well-wishers. Urge them to join Radio Biafra London, because most of the things we are suffering today is because of ignorance. Ignorance of history. Ignorance is the highest killer, for your information. Ignorance. Therefore, we have to correct our mistakes by knowing our history. That is the issue. We forgot, we neglect the most important thing, and started pursuing what's supposed to be the end product. We have to come of age, mature. Do you know that maturity comes with freedom? Do you know that? Do you know that? Maturity comes with freedom. Until a fetus is matured, it's not going to come out. Once it's matured, it's time to come out. The womb will no more contain it. As a teenager, you finish your school, you go to your school. Once you finish, freedom and independence is a sign of maturity, for your information. We all know that. As an Igbo person, Igbo boy, whether you come from a very wealthy parents, and every time they are giving you everything you want, I am talking as an Igbo man. As a child, you are being given everything, provided with everything. They're carrying you to school. A time will come, once you are matured enough, even all those things, you no longer like it. If they want to take you to school, say, no, daddy, no, I can go by myself. I don't want it. Which means you are trying to develop a sense of independence. It's a sign of maturity. So, our freedom, the agitation for our freedom means that we are matured. And we become really matured by knowing our history. That is why we are doing what we are doing. And do not forget that on 30th May, there will be total lockdown in the whole land of Biafra. There is press release on that effect. We are in a serious business, restoring a lost nation. Therefore, it is not a child's play. People have died and continue dying. Therefore, without taking any much time, I will hand over the platform to our special guest, Dr. Justice Okachi Lois, to take on the platform. Mazi, please, welcome to the program and over to you.
Mazi Johnathan, good evening, and I greet every member who is listening, all Biafrans, lovers of freedom, and of course, our indomitable members, IPOB. I salute the extraordinary courage of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, who you all know is a prisoner of conscience. And it was through him that is made possible that throughout the world we now have a voice which he himself instituted on this hallowed platform, which we call and know as Radio Biafra. So it's a great privilege to come here and share with you the ongoing series of discussions, lectures about our history. Today's topic is an Aburi Accord. That's how it started, but Aburi Accord became Aburi Discord. So we're going to examine what happened here. As you know, when Aburi failed, we ended up losing more people in the Biafra-Nigerian war. And so that we get our bearings, it is such a critical situation that as they came to kill more people, Ojukwu stated quite categorically that he sees Biafra as a bastion of freedom in an age in which freedom and self-determination conditioned by the colors of your skin. He says, I will go on to say further that for the acceptance of black race, there must be a Biafra. And if this Biafra is stifled, meaning the 67-70, if this Biafra is stifled, then perhaps in the future, another will emerge. So, as Mazi Johnathan mentioned, we're in a serious business. We're establishing a nation. It's called the TEN, the Emerging Nation, Biafra. And I come to share with you the historic background that was literally the last straw that broke the camel's back, the Aburi's Accord, which became a discord. So what was this about? Well, in the last discussion, we stated that there was a coup in January 1966, followed by that coup of January 66. They tried so hard, being a Nigerian coup, to bend it into an Igbo coup. As a result, there was what they call a counter coup or a revenge coup, which is actually an Araba coup to get out of Nigeria by killing their fellow citizens. The British intervened and dissuaded them not to leave, but to handed over the key to the cage to them, the Lugadian cage, which you and I are still in. Now, having got the key, they now want to make sure everybody in that cage listens to what has answers to their dictates. And the Abuja Accord was trying to find a way to resolve the ongoing killings because they turned on their fellow citizens, not only massacred them. Some people say it's not genocide. Well, it certainly was a slaughter. It was a slaughter directed at a particular ethnic grouping. So it's a geno slaughter. The range of which is between 30 to 100,000. That's the ones as an estimate. And you know, when so many people are killed, a lot more are usually injured. And those that ran back, there were more injuries, plus people were maimed for life, some were burned, some had all sorts of horrific injuries. Now they're back in the eastern part then of Nigeria. I keep saying eastern region because at that time, Biafra, as you know, was not declared. It was declared on the 30th of May the following year. So they are still called Eastern Nigerian people because they were in the same country, but they were being killed by the very people who were supposed to protect them, the military, the police, all the security forces, plus the civilians in the northern region. They had to move to the western region. There's nowhere else that was safe but in the part they call their own, the eastern region. So that is the background. Now they have returned. What is going to happen? As you can imagine, the horrific scenes people saw, they were therefore pressurizing Ojukwu to immediately declare the eastern region an independent part from Nigeria, an independent country. The name has not been circulated yet, but they just said they've had enough. You have to recall that they've been killed in 1945, in 1953. Now, this 66 is what they call the industrial scale killing, unprecedented in the whole of Africa, apart from the killings in the Congo by Leopard, who killed the King of Belgium, who killed up to 23 million people. This was unprecedented in modern African history. So, taking this brunt of killing, people in the eastern region began to say to Ojukwu, that's enough. We need to break away. So, that is the background I'm going to talk to you today. Is what happened in Aburi. Can we salvage? Can we live together with the rest of the country? And what sort of, conditions will make that possible to avoid people pulling away? Oh, by the way, there's nobody who stands to lose more at that stage than Ojukwu himself, because as you know, his dad built up Lagos with so many buildings, built up the north, built up Port Harcourt. He actually is the one who stands to do so much. So you can imagine people calling for him to declare Eastern region, and in the way he was dragging his feet. I'll explain the reason behind it shortly. So then, look at it from the Gowon's point of view. He was deposed with his group, Agi Irensi. But Gowon is not the most senior military personnel in the army at the time. It's just that the people who did the killing wanted him as a compromise candidate to rule Nigeria. We have Ogundipe, Babatunde Ogundipe is a brigadier. So Gowon was lieutenant colonel. Adebayo, who became the Western Region's governor, is a colonel, full colonel. Gowon is a lieutenant colonel. Ojukwu is also a lieutenant colonel. He's even, if not more senior than Gowon, but at least at the same level. So you can't really take orders from him. There's a Commodore Way, who is in the Navy, who's certainly more senior in military. In other words, there are other people more senior to Gowon, and then suddenly found himself the head of the country. It's as if Ojukwu mentioned this in the abridged. that there's something very dangerous that has been introduced into the Nigerian army. That is indiscipline. Because when Brigadier Babatunde Ogundipe wanted to restore order after Irensi was killed, the sergeants disobeyed him. They couldn't take orders from him. And the Yoruba didn't have enough soldiers to back up Babatunde Ogundipe. Because according to the count, then there were about 800 or so Yoruba people in the army. But the Middle Belt had preponderantly more soldiers, although the people of Eastern origin had more officers. And 200 of them were massacred in one day, 29th of July. So you can imagine the infantry in Nigeria were predominantly of the northern Nigeria, and they've done a coup. And every installation, military installation, was in the north, apart from few in Abeokuta, Ibadan, Lagos, and one in Enugu. There's nowhere else you have a military formation. Everything else is in the north. So they had not only the yam, they also had the knife to do as they wish when it comes to destroying Nigeria and controlling Nigeria militarily. So that is the background to where we're now going to go and see how do we maintain peace and restore stability in Nigeria. So, having killed Irensi, remember the coup that killed Irensi was not successful in the east. So the Irensi's appointed governor, who is Odumegwu Ojukwu, was still in the east. But the northern, the Midwest, the West have now under Yakubu Gowon. So you have a country where the eastern part was not under Yakubu Gowon, but Gowon is in charge of everywhere because his military, those who did the coup, have given him the authority to rule. So it's a de facto head of state and claiming to be the supreme commander. So that is what happened when they turned up at Aburi. So the coup failed in the eastern region, but because Ojukwu did not recognize Gowon. As I said last time, they heard there was going to be a coup, so Ojukwu, the person who was in charge, Oguniwe, disarmed the soldiers and knocked up the weapons in the armory. Ojukwu went and camped with the police headquarters, so he was protected, so he wasn't killed, as was planned. So the coup failed in the east. So now, Gowon assumed power. So Ojukwu said, I do not recognize you. You're a junior ranking officer. So your act is that of a rebellion. So Ojukwu accused Gowon of being a rebel. So that's where the first, if you like, where Gowon reversed it and called Ojukwu a rebel, when in fact it is Gowon who was the first rebel, because he took over from his supreme commander, who was supposed to be the chief of staff, who he was trusted, who he saved, whose life was saved in the first January coup. Because Gowon just arrived in the country on that day. If it wasn't for Irensi, Gowon may have been killed. But he did not return the favor. Instead, he stood by while his commander got killed. Anyway, that's a different story. So, what is now important is what to do. Because having disagreed with Gowon coming to power, being called by a rebel, by Ojukwu, we now therefore have two sections of Nigerian army, two parts to Nigeria. The east, where people are rushed back having been killed, and the rest of Nigeria under Gowon. So people need to understand that. Gowon called in August that let's have, if you like, an ad hoc conference in September and decide how we're going to run this country. He mentioned the word, is it going to be confederacy? Is it going to be the way we are or another form of government. So while this meeting was going on, and I have to say to you, for this meeting to occur, Ojukwu's father went round encouraging people to go so the country doesn't split. And after encouraging people to go for this conference, he actually died next few days. I think the same night he died. So Ojukwu has lost his father, and the conference was going on, and then the northern soldiers in the north turned on the civilians with other civilians and started massacring those of Eastern origin. So the whole thing was very, very grave. So that's why we had 2 million return to the East. I keep repeating this. It was extremely grave. So Ojukwu, therefore, has the task of rehabilitating the 2 million people who have just returned from various parts of Nigeria. So, as a young 32 or so year old leader in Enugu, he decided to allocate between October and December about 3 million pounds. In those days, the British pound and the Nigerian pound were almost in parity. It's quite some serious money. So, emergency fund was released to help with the funding of expansion of houses, offices, schools, health facilities to cope with the sudden influx of such a large number of people. In other parts of the world, the recent event was that of Rohingya. Whenever you have a huge flux of people into an area, you need outside help. In the Eastern region part, there was no outside help. There was no United Nations. There was no African unity. People say, oh gosh, what's happening in Nigeria? Let's go and help them. Britain stood aside. US wasn't involved. Even the government under Gowon couldn't help. It was left to the Easterners to address this major influx. So how did they cope? Well, it's partly the mindset of the people. You know, there's virtually no village or no town in the Eastern region that wasn't affected by this tragedy. So the music Mazi Johnathan played on Missouri was being played repeatedly to calm the people, to comfort them. But part of their philosophy is that no condition is permanent. And go as far as to say that Ome Ihanyahu Bobara is another major philosophy. Well, that I just translated. But there's nothing the eye sees that will make the eye to bleed, to really pour out blood. It's no tears. In other words, there's no condition that will overwhelm a man unless you wanted to overwhelm you. So they were able, constitutionally, to withstand this huge, tragic event. The second thing was, of all the African countries, they had instituted an economic literally India had an economic miracle. So that part of the world, Eastern region, was the fastest growing economy, not only in Africa, but I'm told also in the world at that stage. So they have an economic prosperity. They're scheduled to become industrialized in the next few years. So they were able to utilize their reserves in helping these people. And of course, the most important part is their culture, because everyone is from somewhere. And if you know about the extended family system, that stepped in to help them. Those who came back destitute with nothing, they belonged to a village, they belonged to a family, so they were able to be absorbed. So these are the essential things we must bear in mind. How it is that approximately 2 million people were absorbed in those days. So that is the background in the East, and they were literally pressing the Ojukwu regime to do something. We've had enough of Nigeria. So to make the matter worse, they were reminded, and the tragedy was such, as I said, the music was being played. There was a general mood. I'm trying to explain to you the mood in the eastern part of the country. And we're going to contrast it with what the northerners were thinking of. Some in the east was this intense outrage of the genocide. We call it genocide, a pogrom. If you have a problem with those two words, then it's due to slaughter. For example, the very last train that arrived, this is the train carrying people running away from the north. Let me remind you. They brought in survivors from the northern Nigeria between October. There was this last train was, if you like, a grotesque symbol of what happened to our people. On board this train was a body which has got his head missing, decapitated Igbo person. And the next one was a woman passenger. What she's carrying in her suitcase was the head of her child. This child's body had been severed. The head was being decapitated in the front of the mother's presence. She just picked the head, put it in the box, and carried on the journey. So these are the terrible things that they experienced. So when this news arrived at Enugu, you can imagine the anger that raged. So that led to people having rallies, symposia, lectures, all forms of public meetings, demonstrations, declaring, asking for declaration of East independence in response to all that happened. And deliberately explaining all this so that people know why Abui was the last straw. So these people then put a considerable amount of pressure on Ojukwu to do something. He says he's going to talk peace. He said, well, no. You can't do, forget this peace, man. And there's a song they sang in those days. Ojukwu shanye kulu kamalare mae. Ojukwu shanye kulu kamalare mae. Onarela mae. Onarela mae. And so on and so on. So in other words, Ojukwu said we should, remain calm. Don't talk, so that there'll be peace in the land. But where is this peace? So that's how angry people were. So you need to understand the history. So, what was happening then is that the reluctance, this inability to rush in and declare Biafra, is also partly because of the security reasons. You see, as I mentioned earlier, the formation in the north was formidable. That's where all the military, all the armory, everything was in the north. Clearly, if you declare you're independent, then you give them an excuse to attack. So this information would not have missed. I think those ruling the eastern region would not have escaped this understanding that if you declare in a hurry, there's a chance that you will not be able to defend these people who are eager to pull away from Nigeria. And that is really a big, big problem. So, in spite of the clamoring, Ojukwu had to just step back and allow things temper to cool. And when there was a chance for a peace talk, there was a need to take that, and therefore Abui was decided. Because in the north, which is now, the seat is Lagos and Kaduna, they were asking, how is it possible for all these people to escape in the first place? There were 2 million of them. Well, how are they managing? How are they coping? Well, if they can do this, it means that if the longer you leave them, the more they're going to resist future attacks. it's not a case of when we attack them, they will do, that they win the war. Is how much resistance are they going to offer? And that's really the reality. You think about it strategically. You have nothing to defend yourself. If the Nigerians invaded at that time, it's not a case of who's going to win the war. It's how much can we resist and how long for. So much so that the military governor of the north said, 48 hours, as Hassan Tastina. It will take 48 hours. We overrun the north. We overrun the whole east. Yeah. And the papers and the media went into overdrive. Let's go and finish this job, completing the task of May. That was the pressure that those who were looking after the eastern region were under. It's not enough to have survived, but you now need to try and rehabilitate these people with a threat, a looming threat, that because you have not recognized Gowon as the head of state, there's a chance they could march down and mop up the rest of the people who survived. So this is the background where we have to find a way out. I think it's Winston Churchill who said, jaw is better than war. You can talk and talk and talk rather than fight. So jaw is better than war. So cue the British, they always turn up. It's like, hey, here we are. So what did they do? They offered that we should have this peace conference, a meeting, somewhere in the British warship, which is parked conveniently in the shores of Nigeria. So they invited Ojukwu, Gowon. Let people come. Let's have a talk in a British warship. So Ojukwu said, thank you, but no thank you. And most people who are historians, we know why he said no thank you. Because Ojukwu wasn't sent to UK to study for nothing. He studied, wait for it, he was supposed to be a lawyer, by the way. A brief bio-up about Ojukwu's goings on. He was, as you know, he was in King's College in Lagos. And at 10, he slapped a white teacher. The white teacher was upsetting a black woman. So he went up and slapped him in one of the demonstrations. So he was locked up and arrested with the rest of the students who were having a strike. And Ojukwu ended up in the docks where he was coming up to court and so on. But that's another story. So he was packed off to UK to go and study because of all the strikes and so on. He was going to go to Eton, but he worked out that he went to Epsom, one of the public schools. So Ojukwu excelled in the school. He captained the rugby. He got English schoolboys record for discus. He was a sprinter. And he was also academically gifted. So he ended up getting an Oxbridge. He went to Oxford. He was going to do law because his dad is a multimillionaire. He wants someone to look after his legal practice for all these companies. After 1 year studying law, Ojukwu said he's going to do history. He said, what? You're going to do history? So his father, being Zeke's friend, sent Nnamdi Azikiwe to go and have a chat with Ojukwu about his business about becoming, studying what? History. Well, who's going to, what? Better go back to law. So that's why I send you there. So after Zeke finished speaking with Ojukwu, Nnamdi Azikiwe went back to Ojukwu's father and said, well, Ojukwu's a bit strong-headed here. Unless you're going to study law for him, you better allow him to study what he wants to study. So that is round one, Ojukwu and his father. So Ojukwu won that one. So Ojukwu therefore studied history. So what I'm telling you this story is because he could not have escaped his understanding that when somebody in the past was offered to have a mediation in the British ship, but parked on the shores of Nigeria, something went awry. The name of this person, of course, is Jaja of Opobo, as you know. My goodness, I'm sorry I'm drifting. you know about J.J. Okocha. J.J. Okocha is actually a brilliant footballer. We know that. But he's named after Jaja Okocha. It's supposed to be Jaja Okocha, but because of the distortion, they call him J.J. Okocha. He's so good, they named him twice. But it's supposed to be Jaja. Jaja was the king of Opobo. Opobo, of course, is lapping the shores of the Atlantic in the Bight of Biafra. The Bight of Biafra, of course, is the name of which Gowon renamed after the war, 1974, when Professor Balogun, the geography teacher, decided to change the Bight of Biafra into Bight of Benin to hide the fact it was a Biafra. But, you know, the scripture says if you change the ancient boundaries, something will happen to you. So it may be still alive so that he will know when Biafra is restored. He's wasted his time. So that's another story. So Jaja of Opobo was persuaded to come into a British boat to make peace negotiations and settle trading dispute. When he got there, he was kidnapped, taken to West Indies, and never returned alive. So he died. So Ojukwu, having studied history, understands that when you're offered to come to the British warship to discuss peace about your people, you have to be very, very mindful. So he didn't go. So that is how we ended up in Aburi. Because General Ankara, who is the person who's taken over from Nkrumah, having done his own coup, invited the Nigerians to come to Ghana to settle this impasse. So therefore, Gowon with his own delegation and Ojukwu his own delegation, they met in Aburi. The Ghanaians call it Aburi. It's about 20 miles or so from Accra in Ghana, the capital. So that is where the meeting of what we're talking about took place. And that is the reason why it's in Ghana, because nowhere in Nigeria was safe for Ojukwu to meet with Gowon with the Nigerian military around because they've been killing his people. So he has to be held outside. So when they got to Aburi, Ghana, they were welcomed, of course, by the Ghanaian head of state, who was the chairman of the occasion. He encouraged them to remember their African brothers, to make peace. He set up the facility, made an introduction remark, said they should work this out as brothers, and so on. Also remember, most of the military in Nigeria, they normally go to Ghana anyway, in the initial training before they go off to Sandhurst as officers. So they know about the Ghana military and Nigerian military. They're almost where you did your training. So it's really some form of a reunion. But under the circumstances, a serious reunion because some people have been very, very wounded and aggrieved. It's remarkable that Ojukwu went there in the first place. He didn't have to go because his people were so upset with what Nigeria did to them. But he says you've got to go the extra mile. So they went to Ghana to discuss how it is they're going to live together. So who actually turned up? Who are the people involved in this conference? Well, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon is calling himself the Supreme Commander. Okay. Because at this stage, Agui haven't been killed. They haven't really decided, they haven't really declared that he's dead. They said he's missing, along with Fajuyi, his host. Then they killed both of them. So Ojukwu, of course, knew they've already killed him. But Gowon was asking himself, was answering as the Supreme Commander in place of Agui. So he was there, and the person who was looking after Western region, called Robert Adebayo, was also there. He's a colonel. Who else was there? The Midwestern guy, David Ejo, Lieutenant Colonel, was also there. The Northern Governor, Lieutenant Colonel David Hassan Kassina, surprise, was also there. Usman Kassina was there. Then there's a Commodore J.E.A. Wade, who is the Navy boss. He's also more senior than Gowon. Then there's a Major Mobolaji Johnson, who was supposed to look after the Lagos administrator. Then Inspector of Police Cam Salem was there. And they all brought their own secretaries. And in addition to their own secretaries, for example, we had somebody called N.U. Aman, who is the secretary to the military governor of the East. The Rani is for the military, under military secretary governor of the office of Midwest. We have Alhaji Ali Akidu for the Northern. Then a handful of permanent secretaries. Most significant is Prince S.I.A. Akinzwe, who is a permanent Undersecretary of the Federal Cabinet Office. I mentioned him because he was one of the permanent secretaries who play an important role later on. So, basically, all the governors got together. This constituted the Supreme Military Council. These are the ones, the highest authority running what was left of Nigeria. So, what were they discussing? Well, they have to find a way to solve the impasse. What has happened in Nigeria? How are they all going to live together again? So what were the things they discussed? Okay? Amongst their discussions is how they're all going to live together again as one nation. And so, for that to happen, you've got to have the key or the salient features which was affecting the whole administration. First of all, they decided as officers and gentlemen not to use force to resolve Nigerian problem. So they said, from now on, we're no longer going to deploy force. And they all agreed. Sorry, I forgot to mention that before they met, there was an agenda drawn up for the meeting. Ojukwu proposed it, and they all agreed on what they're going to discuss. Having decided what they're going to discuss as an agenda, then they picked up the major issues. The major issues is not to use force to resolve the problem that are facing Nigeria. The next one is where the arms are being imported to stop it, and to discuss how to share whatever weapons they have, so no more importation of weapons. They want to find out the ways of carrying out, looking after the displaced persons. For example, if you're a government worker and you've been chased out from Kanu, and you haven't had your salary since, is it October, is it May? How are you going to feed your family? So we need to find a way of rehabilitating them, particularly the government workers. I feel sorry for those who earn a living by themselves. No one's going to pay them, but at least the government workers need to be paid. They need to then find a way of reorganizing the army, because when the conflict started, if you're from the east and you're living in the north, you have to find a way to the east to escape being killed. And as a result, there is an exchange. And if you're in the military in the north of the northern origin, you have to make your way back to the north. The sad thing was that those returning from outside Nigeria, outside the eastern region, they came empty-handed because they were fleeing, whereas those in Enugu carried all their weapons and ammunition from Enugu and moved away to the north. So, the question now in Abu is how do you rehabilitate them all so that those in the north remained in the north, those in the east remained in the east, and the west in the west. But the problem with the west is that they didn't have enough soldiers, so the Northerners were actually camping in the West. The argument being there's not enough Yoruba soldiers to man Lagos and Ikeja and so on. It's partly due to the fact that if you're Yoruba, you thought those in the army, obviously they haven't got anything better to do. They're not educated, so why should they, maybe the army is the only way out. So the Yoruba, like the Igbos, there's a song that used to sing, soldier, Bakama, Malay, Army, Tanzania. So in other words, it's not a popular trade to go into, joining the army. So Yoruba, not surprisingly, didn't have enough soldiers. Igbos, most of them were officers. So now they've been disbanded, so they have to find a way of reintegrating everybody into what will be a Nigerian army. So, what was the outcome? The outcome was, if you're in the Nigerian army, and because everybody has gone to their own regions, you've got to have an area of responsibility, which equates to the region. So if you're, for example, in the east, you have that region under your control. So what we call area command. You're in charge of the security of that area. If you're in the north, you're in charge of the area of the north, the security and all the personnel there. Likewise in the west and so on, Midwest. So with few fine-tuning, the army has to be reorganized. And if there's any problem with the whole of the country, well then, that's where the Supreme Military Council comes in, because each region have to send delegation to the center. And that center has to be run by a chief of staff with equal representation from various parts of the country. So really what I'm painting is an army has been disintegrated, but you still need the military to run the country. So first of all the powers vested in the Supreme Military Council, what is all the governors who are looking after all the regions, and they send the delegation to the center to talk with other members as, if you like, in case there's any problem, any external threat. I don't know anyone invading Nigeria, but if that should happen, they'll be able to come together and fight off an invasion. So all these things are being discussed at Taburi. When it comes to appointing the really high-powered, super-scale ministers, secretaries, permanent secretaries, that decision has to be made by the Supreme Military Council. But the issue now is, we don't know what's happened to the Supreme Commander, Excelency. And when this topic came up, they shut down the discussion and went into a special room, and where Ojukwu was told that Excelency has been killed, and it's not that he didn't know, but for Gowon to become the head of government militarily, we have to say what has happened to the previous head of state. And the saying in the discussion is that when a general dies or a commander dies, we lower the flag. And then the king is dead, long live the king, another one will take over. But if the king is dead, and no one has said the king is dead, so how do you then have a new head? So it was then Gowon admitted, yes, Excelency has died, and indeed later on when they came back from Aburi, it was announced on the radio that Excelency and Aji had been killed, therefore they had the burial later on. So we'll just as a side. Now, so the point I'm making, because we need to move a bit faster now, is that there was an agreement that the country is not going to be run by a supreme commander, but a commander-in-chief. Let me explain that. The difference now, when Excelency was in charge, Excelency was the supreme commander. He's more senior than all the governors he appointed, Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu Faji in the west, Ojukwu in the east, Kasan in the north, and Ejo in the Midwest. So, but he's senior to them militarily, so he's their boss. They report to him. So he's the supreme commander. What happened in Aburi was that you now have all the regions in their own, if you like, umbrellas. Yeah, area command. So Ojukwu will be commanding the east. Adebayo will be commanding the west. Ejo will be commanding the Midwest, and Kasan will be commanding the north. They're not necessarily, they're, if you like, on the same level. But Gowon is not above them. Gowon is like the, if you like, it's not the supreme commander, but commander-in-chief. Does that make sense? Very confusing. So his commander-in-chief rank is opposed. It's not as powerful as Urensi had. So he felt he's been debased a little. But those in the regions have all the power to command those regions, and they're able to report to when these guys come together in the Supreme Military Council, which is the highest authority done in the country. And so is sounding very confused. But to cut a long story short, Gowon was supposed to supervise, and it doesn't have as much power as Agi Urensi, and this is where everything became a little bit confusing and entangled. So Gowon thought his power has been clipped because the military governors of individual regions appears to be more autonomous and able to do more for the area command. They're in charge of security, those areas, and so on and so forth. That is the only way Nigeria was going to work at that time, because all the soldiers can't come to the center because they're in different regions because of what has happened, the pogroms that were killing all the Hebrews and all the army. If you recall what happened, you call a bugle and everybody rushes out to the parade ground. If you're Hebrew, you're killed. If you escape, you're lucky. So that way they wiped out the Hebrew officers. So you can't then go back to the north as in the army, because you can't trust that you're going to come back alive. So you could only be a military in your own part where you're from. So that was what Aburi was allowing people to understand. So they dissolved the center, but the center need to have representatives coming from the regions as part of, if you like, those who will look after the country if there's any confusion, any fight. So Gowon felt this, although his power is no longer supreme military commander, but he's the commander-in-chief. Okay, so that's what I was trying to explain. Now, so there's a lot of planning that was required. So if you're going to appoint ambassadors, super skill administrators, or if you like, foreign secretaries, you need a permission from the center. Everybody have to agree. Now, because the problem is that if you're going to have a meeting, Ojukwu need to go there, and Ojukwu said, I'm not coming into Lagos or to Ibadan or to Kaduna because the Nigerian military are there. They can't guarantee my safety. So, if we have a situation where we need everybody to be there from the regions, if for one reason or the other somebody cannot be there, then you need to allow them to make a comment on the decision that's been arrived. If they don't agree or they're concurrent, they agree or they comment on it. So that is how Nigeria was going to run, because everything has broken down. So some form of, they're not quite in the center marching up and down as comrades before. Because of the killing that has occurred, they have to be some form of a distancing from them, from how they used to be. So, as Ojukwu said, we need to move apart a little rather than come together and in collision perish. So it's very, very complicated. So what then happened was that I forgot to mention to you that when the whole thing started, it was decided that the outcome of this meeting, the minutes and everything, will be handed over to the African Organization of African Unity. It wasn't African Union at that time, it was Organization of African Unity. And deposit the findings so that they have it as a record. Everybody said, no, this is a Nigerian affair, we're going to keep it in turn, we'll forget, no. So that one, they didn't agree with it. Ojukwu gave in. But they agreed that they had to record the meeting. So it was being recorded so that everybody would get a copy of what they said, even though they had the secretaries, but the whole thing being recorded so that, as unfortunate as it turned out in the future, we now need to say who said what and when and how, so there'll be no confusion. So this meeting was recorded. And what else should I say? So when they were already, after 2 days of discussion, everybody agreed with the plan. And General Ankara, the Ghanaian head of state, asked, does anybody need to amend anything? They said no. The secretaries went through it. Everybody was okay. They signed, and it was actually a good meeting. In the end, they were all happy. And if you look at the pictures or the clips of the video, you saw Ojukwu and Gowon eating from the same plate. I think I saw Gowon take a meatball into his mouth and Ojukwu scoop some rice. None of them used a long spoon. They were eating from the same plate. They were friends. They were comrades. And everybody was happy when the meeting finished. And the newspaper article says the meeting was a cordial meeting. So that was how Aburi ended. Now, so Ojukwu said, according to him, on their way back, remember they flew in separately. Ojukwu went straight from Enugu to Ghana. The Ghana provided a helicopter. And Gowon from Lagos and another delegation went direct. So they all met in Ghana. But on their way back to the airport, Ankara, according to Ojukwu, accompanied both Ojukwu and Gowon. And Ojukwu said that Ankara sat in the middle between two of them. And Ojukwu said, in his usual dramatic way, General, sir, I'd like you to put your hand, they put their hand and made a pledge that provided this agreement is agreed, that he will be the one to propose Gowon to be the supreme commander. Okay, so something to that extent anyway. So the general was so pleased with them that they've done so well, they done Africa a favor, avoided further confrontation and further bloodshed. Everybody was so happy. So Ojukwu got home and they popped champagne because, wow, this was happened. And the war is avoided. Phew, huge sigh of relief. And the plan was that Gowon was supposed to make an announcement and explain to the nation what has happened. And then Ojukwu and all the other region would then follow up and do their announcement. So when they got back, it was rumored that Gowon said he had a cold or something like that. So he didn't make the announcement. Day one passed, no announcement. Day two passed, no announcement. So people say, Oga, sir, you guys went to Aburi and said you went there. Anyone going to tell us what you guys discussed? Because we're waiting on Gowon. But what was happening was that one of the permanent secretaries, called Akinzwe, as we know, he's the prince. He later became the Oba of Benin. He was one of the permanent secretaries. He was actually in the meeting. The papers had been signed. Everybody was happy. They all went home. So Akinzwe decided with other secretaries to review the meeting agreement. Okay, this is how the story went. But they looked into it again and said, Your Excellency, sir, go on. You know, this thing we signed, Oga Inogudo, I don't know, he didn't speak broken English. He didn't think that the agreement will be good because he says it almost looks like there's going to be a confederacy. Because you said, I didn't use the word confederacy. Nobody mentioned the word confederacy. It was a situation that made them decide what they decided. But the permanent secretaries went over it and said, Gowan has been, it's as though his power has been weakened. Gowan, and that it would appear that he's given too much away to Juku. Hello, he's given too much away to Juku. And if the way it is how it is, then Nigeria will be divided. I think I better not just put words into my mouth. Let me just read a little bit about what Akinzwe actually wrote. So because he spoke to Gowan and said, they don't think that this agreement needs a bit more discussion. And Gowan said, well, you better raise a memo because he raised some objections to what was agreed in Aburi. So that's step one. Gowan told him to raise a memo. And then he said, someone said, the copy of whatever he has written is in the presidency. Gowan has it up to today, still alive. So he said the civil servants are to be seen and not heard, of course. But Prince Akinzwe raised the memo to the world. He didn't release it. The memo was dated January the 8th. Remember, the Aburi was 4th and 5th of January. So on the 8th, a memo was written by Prince Akinzwe. And he says, Your Excellency, in view of my discussion with you last night, I am raising this memo in the interest of our fatherland, Nigeria. Prince Akinzwe traced the long and hard road that Nigeria had traveled and stressed on the need to keep a united Nigeria. In his view, he said in the memo that Gowan had given too much away in Aburi and that it would lead to the destruction of the country. He further added that Gowan had legalized total regionalism, which will make the center very weak. Prince Akinzwe alluded in his memo that a weak center will lead to confederation and total disintegration of the country. It was this memo that prompted Gowan to summon a meeting of the secretaries to the military government and other officials, which was held in Benin City on February 16th and 17th. So you can understand what's happening now. We have gone to Aburi. We have discussed at length. The highest authority of the government have made a decision. They have all signed it. The secretary said, I'm not happy. Give me a memo. Oh, well, the way it's set up, the west will be west, the east will be east, the midwest, and we meet in the middle. It will give the regions more power, and they may pull apart, and Nigeria will pull away. Really? What was the alternative then? You carry on killing people. Is that the alternative? Because the people in the east, the military can't come to the center because of their experience. So there was a lot of misunderstanding. as each time we come to this sort of situation, we turn to our friend the British. They weren't happy that the Ojukwu turned them down and having this conference in their frigate offshore. So we think the advice they were giving Gowon wasn't quite what it should have been, because it's an arrangement agreed by Africans in their brotherly communication skills. They were all military officers together. They trained together. They said that Ojukwu was over-prepared. He brought his Oxford English and confused them. Come on. Which part of English did they not understand? That his people were killed. And they need some sort of security. That you can't force people to be in the military barracks where they were killed previously. That until the civilians take over in a new constitution, the army need to be in individual regions looked after by whoever the governor is, and that governor is in charge of that area. That's area command. So it took charge of security, the police, the army, to make sure that area is okay. And if anyone attacks Nigeria, they come together in the center and defend. So it's the best practical solution they can come up with. But this memo raised by the permanent secretaries looked into it and thought this will lead Nigeria to go fragment. As I said earlier, if anybody has not to lose, it's those from the east, because they built up Lagos and all those places. So they're not in a hurry to leave Nigeria, which is, I suppose, an addition of the security issues. So they thought a lot has been given to Ojukwu because they were in the east. They were celebrating. They felt the dreaded war. So it came as a bombshell that after the secretaries met, they were saying, in fact, it is good to review something as a secretary, but they went one step further. What step did they go further? You review an article, you review something, and then they went as far as said, we have discovered that it was we should reject this, we should not accept it. But the acceptance of an agreement made in good faith, without compulsion, they all signed it. It's not something you unilaterally reneged or cancelled without coming back and asking for further clarification and modification. So this is really where Nigeria unraveled, because it was suggested that Gowon has given too much away. Away to who? That they have legalized certain regionalism. Well, isn't that what the Northerners wanted? They wanted to have a northern state. They wanted it to be, north for north, east for east, west for west, and Nigeria for us all, so on. So what was agreed at Aburi was, in a way, the best they could come up with. But it was turned into something that wasn't going to work without it being tried. And in response then, when Gowon began to publish another article, which is not what was agreed in Aburi. So you can imagine the anger and the, if you like, what was happening now in the East. Rather than celebrating that at least the fear of war is now receding, they now have to find out how best to defend themselves. So Ojukwu stepped up and then said, on Aburi, we stand. Okay, so that slogan began to resonate. We're standing on Aburi because it's the only thing our people can accept. If you like, is the last straw. On Aburi, we stand. And what I'm going to do now is to tell you how Ojukwu explained this Aburi distortion of the Aburi Accord, what was coming from Lagos, and distorting the actual story. Instead of telling it the way it is, what was agreed on, decided to distort the story. So this is what Ojukwu had to say. He said, anybody who was present at the Aburi meeting or has read the minutes, the communiques, the statements, the verbatim reports, would be surprised that a person who calls himself a head of state could so deliberately mislead accredited representatives of foreign governments by saying that the implementation of each item of the conclusions required prior detailed examination by the administrative and professional experts in various fields. That's some heavy grammar. That Gowon, or what was being changed, is not really how it made it. It did not require any, it was a decision. Let me just finish reading and then we'll discuss it. It says, the conclusions in Aburi were no proposals. It's very critical. They are not proposals, but decisions taken by the highest authority in the land. Okay? So the highest authority in the land have gone and made a decision. It's not a proposal. This is what we're going to go for to keep the Nigeria united and remain strong and so on. We are not asking for your opinions or how we should run it. We have made a decision. And when you make a decision as a military, you stick to it. If it goes wrong, you modify it. But this hasn't even been tried. And someone is concluding that it's going to cause Nigeria to disintegrate. It's going to go into regions. People are going to look after their region. That's what they've been doing all along, anyway. But let me carry on. And then he went and said, what happened, in fact, Ojukwu said, was that specific matters, namely the decrees and sections of decrees to be repealed, because since January 15th coup, there are lots of decrees that have come out, and those decrees are now being repealed, meaning cancelled. Okay? We're going to cancel them and use what works for the sake of peace and security of everybody. So, in conclusion, then, Aburi were no proposals, but decisions. And the degrees and sections of decrees to be repealed, the mechanics of any reorganization was discussed, and the questions of rehabilitation, refugees, those who need to be paid, were referred to experts, because those are the ones who know how to look after the rehabilitation people. The meeting of the financial experts to consider the question of rehabilitation of displaced persons have not been held because, for some unknown reason, the Ministry of Finance does not think that such a meeting would serve any useful purpose. That's nonsense. Then he went on to say the army experts met and reached agreements, but these were rejected. Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, Ojukwu went on, told the heads of missions, that's the heads of people representing various countries, the embassies and so on, that the agreement about returning the regions to the position before January 17th also meant, in effect, that the federal government in Lagos would continue to carry on its functions as before. But he failed to inform the world that the decisions taken at Aburi the federal government meant no more than the Supreme Military Council. No one, of course, who knows the sort of advice Gowon was receiving in Lagos would be surprised by the suppression and distortion of the truth. So if something was happening, Gowon was saying one thing from what was discussed. This is what Ojukwu said. He said, the actual Aburi decisions reads as follows. Members agreed that the legislative and executive authority of the federal military government, these are the ones running the country, should remain in the Supreme Military Council, SMC. Not one person calling the shot. 4 heads of the regions come together as the military council. They decide what to do, to which any decision affecting the whole country shall be referred for determination, provided that where it is possible for a meeting to be held, the matter requiring determination must be referred to the military governors for their comment and concurrence. If they can't meet, then we make sure other members of the Supreme Military Council have seen that decision and then commented on it, agreed or disagreed on it. Okay. The next bit. The regional members felt that all the decrees passed since January 15, 1966, and which detracted from previous powers and positions of regional governments should be repealed if mutual confidence is to be restored. So in order to go forward, all those rules that were enacted by the military should now be put aside so that the regions can develop in such a way that they have the confidence of the decision making going forward. It is difficult, he went on, to understand the introduction of the word veto. Throughout their discussion, Gowon was now bringing a word called veto. Nobody gave anybody any veto to veto any decision. Okay? What Gowon wanted to do is to grab the power and decide what and when to say whatever he wants to say, and other people need to kowtow to it. So Ojukwu said there's nowhere, we didn't use the word veto into the matter. The Aburi agreement was that any decision which affected the whole country must receive the concurrence of all the military governors because of their special responsibilities in their different area of authority, and so to the country as a corporate whole. So if you're going to make a decision, let the governors know and get their understanding. Now, on the organization, regarding the reorganization of the army, remember the army is now fragmented. If you're Yoruba, you belong to Yoruba. If you're Hausa, you're in the Hausa band. If you're Igbo, so the reorganization of the army is something you have to do. So it says, it is for Lieutenant Colonel Gowon to explain to the world what he means by the army continuing to be under one command. Gowon feels the army has to be under one command, his command. So you could say he has to explain to the world what that means. When in the very next sentence of his statement, he said, also speaks of an agreement to establish area commands corresponding with the existing regional boundaries. So how do you have one command when you have area commands? So this contradiction in itself tells the truth. The one does not need to belabor the point. So Ojukwu has made a point in this statement that Gowon is saying the army has to continue to be under one command. But on the other hand, he's talking about regional area commands, which correspond to the regions. So this is what Ojukwu said. The actual decision of the Supreme Military Council as recorded, this has been recorded. It's not something that's been made up. It's not what Ojukwu thinks or what Ojukwu said, what Ojukwu understood. It has been recorded in the official minutes. And this is how it reads. The council decided, number one, on the reorganization of the army. A, the army to be governed by the Supreme Military Council, not one person, under a chairman to be known as the Commander-in-Chief, not the Supreme Military Commander, but the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and head of the Federal Military Government. So you have SMC, Supreme Military Council, headed by governors from various regions, and the chairperson is the Commander-in-Chief. That's who the highest running body of that country should be. Number 2, establishment of a military headquarters comprising equal representations from the regions and headed by a chief of staff. So you have a chief of staff who's now got people from various regions in that particular council called the military headquarters for fairness to reign. Number 3, creation of area commands corresponding to existing regions, Eastern region, Western region, Northern region, Midwestern region, and under the charge of area commander. Number 4, matters of policy, including appointment and promotions to the top executive posts in the armed forces and the police, to be dealt with by the Supreme Military Council. So if you're going to appoint somebody who's got a higher ranking in the East, the Supreme Military Council have to decide that that person is suitable. In the West, that person is suitable. In the North, that person is suitable. So it's not therefore the West appointing whoever they feel like. Okay? So that was that safety valve. The next one, number 5. During the period of the military government, because the military are not going to stay there forever, but during their period of government, the military governors will have control over area commands for internal security. So you will not have somebody coming from Timbuktu and ransacking your village and getting away with it. The person who's ruling that part of the region has a control to make sure who comes in and who goes out, you have security. Isn't that what we're happening now? So this was decided 4th and 5th of January 1967. You need to have internal security which controls the area by the area commander. Okay? The next one, that the creation of Lagos garrison, including Ikeja barracks. So we're going to create a capital, a garrison to guard the capital. Because the Yoruba need a crash course in military people coming in. They have to train people, recruit them. So, as you were saying, it is clear from the Aburi discussion that what was envisaged, what they wanted to see, was a loosely knit army administered by a representative military headquarters under the charge of a chief of staff and commanded by the Supreme Military Council, not by Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gawa, as he claimed in the present statement to the diplomats. So, what is all this about? So, Juku explained crystal clear that what they decided in Aburi was a military in the country. True, this military is loosely knit, meaning there are 2 tiers. One is that they have a representative from each region, where there's a military headquarters under a chief of staff. And then they are also responsible under the command of the Supreme Military Council, where the regional commanders are involved. But Gowon says he's now in charge of all of these to the diplomats. Says not what Aburi said. So then, according to the Aburi agreement, the following appointments must be approved by the Supreme Military Council. Diplomats, the diplomatic and consular posts, people representing the country abroad, need the highest authority in the land to say so. Senior posts in the armed forces and the police, yes. The super-scale federal civil service and federal corporation posts, these are the top jobs. They need the governing body of the country to say so. Everyone with even the most superficial acquaintance with the Nigerian civil servants knows that those expression means and what they connote. Everybody would understand this. And to confuse the issue, Gowon gave the impression that the main difference between him and me in Ojukwu on this particular decision was that I insisted on cancelling the appointments of existing civil servants. Ojukwu said, I can think of nothing more salacious. Ojukwu didn't say, let's cancel all the appointments of all those who are already there. It was nowhere near the minutes of the Aburi, but this was inserted in to cause confusion. And Ojukwu then went to say, it is clear from Gowon's statement in question that he is prepared to distort the verbatim report, line by line report of a Aburi meeting, to keep the public informed. Ojukwu has to counter it. He says, the Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Service, the forerunner of Radio Biafra, will be playing the tape records of the proceedings live at specific or scheduled times. Arrangements have been completed to transform those tape recordings to long-playing gramophone records. Those who are old enough to know what a gramophone is. It's a gramophone record, the LPs. So they were minted, they produced gramophone records, which you went and buy, about the Aburi Accord, what they were discussing. So no one's going to distort or confuse, because the original Radio Biafra, which is Eastern Nigerian Broadcasting Service, was prepared to speak the truth and publish what was discussed in Aburi. So that nobody's going to start confusing anyone else. Okay? So we are also going ahead, he says, to print and publish the documents and records of Aburi meeting. So not only records going to be played, word for word of what happened in Aburi is going to be printed. We, he said, in the East are anxious to see that our difficulties are resolved by peaceful means and that Nigeria is preserved as a unit. But it is doubtful, and the world must judge whether Lieutenant Colonel Gowon's attitudes and other exhibitions of his insincerity are something which can lead to a return of normalcy and confidence in the country. So you see what's happening here. So Ojukwu is prepared to publish everything that will happen in Aburi, and then it's up to us to have a look ourselves and see if Gowon's attitude is actually helpful or not. So how it ended? He said, I must warn all Easterners once again to remain vigilant. Now take the law into your own hand. Ojukwu shall not look at Malarema says you shouldn't say that there be peace. Yeah, so he warned them to remain disciplined, remain vigilant. But okay, the East, he said, will never be intimidated, nor will she acquiesce to any form of dictation. It's not going to agree to anyone dictating to them. It is not our intention to play the aggressor. Nonetheless, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. Remember, I talk about genus slaughter all the time. They've been slaughtering you. You have a peace thing. Now, you want them to distort it so you don't go and kill more people. So, nonetheless, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. We are ready to defend our homeland. Fellow countrymen and women, on Aburi we stand. So that's how you can do that. And that's why you have the T-shirt, on Aburi we stand. It's the last straw. If they're distorting an agreement we had, why are we having more meetings? What's going to happen? Okay, so those who have been listening, this is how the Aburi went there. The Africans went to Ghana in a neutral country, decided 2 days discussion, it ended peacefully, and they came back, everything unraveled. Yeah? Each time Nigeria tries to get peace and unity and make things work, a spanner is thrown to the works. It's like the country is designed, so if you like, failure engineered. So anytime anything's going to work, the failure engineer kicks in. Okay? And that is really what happened in Aburi. Instead of it being united, because Nigeria would have recovered, the Eastern would have recovered if they were given assistance, if they weren't, attacked, if they weren't pushed to the war. So from the next discussion is to see what happened from this Aburi distortion to the declaration of Biafra. Because you can't go back, you can only go forward for your own protection. So Juku said, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. So, Mazi Johnathan, this is where we're going to leave it for today regarding Aburi. Thank you very much.
There were Mazi, but before you go, before you make your passing shots, let me ask or bring out these 2 points for you to also
go ahead.
Yeah. Now, I know Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been saying this right from beginning, and I want you to also talk about it. We are slaughtered in our millions, Biafrans, I mean, because of asking for restructuring. That is Aburi Accord. That is what it means. Restructuring Nigeria to the regional system that it was. And the powers that be, Britain instructed Gowon not to do so. Mazi, today, we see people asking restructuring, very simple. Oh, restructuring. Mazi, what do you think? If we Biafrans, we also agree on restructuring, let's say that, okay, they say restructuring, and I say, okay, it's okay for us. Is it not urinating on the graves of millions of our people that died because of this restructuring? Could they refuse? Because Aburi called this restructuring, and they refuse, and we are massacred. And today we see some people that are talking about restructuring. That is number 1 point. Number 2 question I want to ask is this. You see the then chairman of the military council, Ghanaian military council, or the head of state of Ghana, that is Lieutenant General Ankara, he hosted this this meeting, this conference in Aburi. We know that also Ankara is maybe a British agent because they removed the Kwame Nkrumah. So, in all the things that happened, the war, the subsequent Biafra war, and everything that happened, did we ever hear Ankara or any of them that witnessed this accord to give testimony or to say something about what happened or to condemn it, that, this type of thing? Do we ever hear about Ankara or any of the military junta that time they come and testify against Gowon or say something that, look, or this shouldn't be? Please, these are the 2 points I want you also, if you can say something about them. There.
Yes, thank you very much. These are very pertinent questions in the sense that, in fact, I do the second one first. Ankara, to be fair to him, they took over from Nkrumah. Nkrumah was going to, I think, was it North Korea, Saigon? No, North Korea, to see if they can bring peace for Vietnam. And it was getting closer and closer to the communist bloc. The CIA people weren't happy with him because in those days you had two camps. You either with the West or you were with the communists in the Cold War. So they managed to depose him.
Maz, to add also to what you said now, because we need to also set the record straight. Nkrumah was shifted to communism because he was rejected by the West. He went to borrow money to develop Ghana in his 20-year industrialization plan of Ghana, which is his vision. And they couldn't. They didn't want to because they don't want any African country to be developed. So they rejected it. So he was turned down by the West. That's why he was now shifting. He tried to shift to seek for help from the East or from communism. The same way the first president of Guinea did. What is his name? Because he tried the West. France blocked everywhere. So he shifted to Soviet Union. And they now declare that he's a communist. So this is what Africa is suffering. Mazi, please, go on, please.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Nkrumah was building Volta Dam, which is to generate massive electricity. And they tried to stop him. Anyway, you're right. So now, Ankara was respected by both Ojukwu and Gowon because he's senior to them militarily. What surprised me was why he didn't step in and say, look, this Aburi thing you guys did, why Gowon, why are you going against it? If it's a British agent, I do not know. But what I do know is that the Ghanaians weren't pleased with Nigeria, because I explained that. Because when the war eventually did start, particularly when the Biafrans went across the Niger, the Nigerians started running away, started going to Ghana to avoid the war. So this caused an enmity for the Ghanaians and the Nigerians, so much so the Ghanaians kicked them out. Yeah, so go back to Nigeria. So when Sagari came, they reversed it, so Ghana must go. So that's the story behind that one. But Obasanjo in his book, My Command, mentioned that towards the end of the war, the Nigerian-Biafran war, a delegation from Ghana came to him to say they are about to recognize Biafra. What are his thoughts? This was, if you like, a dying medicine. It's like towards the end, just before January. So Obasanjo, according to him in his book, said, well, the military situation is such that Biafra is going to be overrun in a few weeks' time. So it's really up to them if they want to recognize him when Biafra is already gone. So Ghana, if Biafra held out a bit longer, may have recognized Biafra in recognition that they tried to bring peace, and that peace didn't happen. And finally, when I was going to talk about Ifajina, he ran to Ghana and he went and spoke with Nkrumah before Nkrumah was deposed. But that's another story. So that is that story about why didn't Ankara do something. He was also part of peace delegation coming and going to try and get peace established between Nigeria and Biafra. And finally, there's another Mensa. There's a guy called Mensa who was part of the genocide probe on what's happening to Biafrans. So Dr. Mensa, he came and went and interviewed people in Biafra, people in Nigeria, and concluded that there's prima facie evidence that genocide was actually occurring, which is contrary to the British instituted military people who were asked to go and look for evidence for genocide. And they say, we didn't see any genocide because they sat in Lagos saying there's no genocide happening in Biafra land. So Dr. Mensa was one of the few people who interviewed those in Biafra land and those in Nigeria and found out there was a prima facie evidence that there's indeed genocide occurring against Biafrans. So that's the Ghanaian story. Going back to your first if you like, the first question about restructuring and how that is affecting us today. People have been screaming restructure, restructure. I think they don't really know the background to Aburi, because, as I've mentioned, it's been distorted. And when we get hold of the tape of Aburi and play it for everybody, then they will know for themselves, verbatim, word for word report, that Aburi was an opportunity to have something that works in Nigeria, okay, under the military. But they distorted the truth that the restructuring they're asking for is not the same. All they want to do is to find a way where they restructure Nigeria, but you can't restructure Nigeria with the current constitution they have, because you can't vote anything in or out. It's just so biased that I think in Kaduna alone, or is it Kanu, there are about the legislators, when it comes to voting, there are more in one state in northern Nigeria than the whole southeast put together. So if you're going to pass a law, you're just going to get squashed time and time again. So the restructuring had to take on board that the current constitution is not going to work. It's not fit for purpose. So this restructuring they have in mind is not something that is going to work. That is why we're going straight, not for restructuring, because we should go straight for a referendum. Do we want to carry on with where we are now in Nigeria, or just everybody say enough is enough? I think it was Nnamdi Azikiwe, after the first rigging of election, after the first independent election in '64, the thing was so rigged. He said it might be possible that we all sit down and so that Nigeria could divide in peace rather than pieces. So that is the type of restructuring we're talking about. What we're doing is not just to patch things together and you go back to square one. So that is my take on it. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Mazi, you partly did touch it anyway. For me, I'm thinking that if we ever agree on restructuring, I am telling you, it will be a shame to us, because it is virtually urinating on the graves of those millions of our people that were slaughtered, because it's just because of restructuring, which they refuse. So if they refuse that time,
I beg your pardon. I didn't mention. I didn't comment on that bit.
Yes.
Yeah. You said disservice. You're right. You said dishonor, because not only that, I don't see what type of restructuring you're going to have that will appease people enough to make it worth their while. So I have no qualm in saying that the type of people say restructuring, like tinkering. If you have something, a house is shaken and rotten, you just bulldoze it and do the foundation properly. Otherwise, you're just adding things on top of it, it's going to collapse. So I'm not happy with any sort of tinkering with the current constitution for restructuring, because you need peoples to say, we the people agreed on this constitution, isn't it, for it to work. So in that case, if you go with the restructuring the way things are, those people have died in vain. You're right. Thank you.
Mazi, there were, honestly speaking, something happened to us. It's because of lack of, knowledge of history that we are still joking. I can say joking in Nigeria. So, Mazi, please go on to making your final closing remarks, please. Go on.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for listening. We can understand each time they try closer to find a peaceful resolution to any issue in Nigeria, it seems to go, out of hand. Because of, I think Mazi, just we talk about emotion, was the primitive mindset might be what's at play. But I think the closest they got to getting the country that worked is this a bury? At least people temper would have cooled. People may have gradually got back together and knowing that you can't carry, but they have to, for Nigeria to have worked, you got to not only compensate those that have been, dispossessed of their properties and whatever it is, and lost so much. You got to find a way of persuading them and cajoling them back in. But Gowon and the North weren't prepared to do that. So there was no way we were going to come back together, because the purpose of those killings, those slaughtering, is to make sure we're never back together. And Britain tries so hard to maintain a country that is not working. It's against their principle, because they are rewarding failure. You don't reward failure. Yeah? You punish failure. You punish injustice. Otherwise, it will carry on repeating itself. So,
Mazi, are you still there, please?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Mazi Okachi.
Can you hear me?
Whether somebody is disturbing your line. Mazi, you are no more coming out, please.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Anyway, we must continue.
I'm still here.
Okay, go on. Yes, go on.
I'm so sorry. I'm saying, we have the chain of thoughts. I'm saying the current situation is that if we must live together, there's going to be an understanding that those people who have suffered horrendous massacres in the north, they weren't taken on board. They just think they can, forget about their trauma and come back in. They've done it so many times before, and nothing is happening. So what we're trying to do in IPOB is to make sure there's a clean break. All this killing stops. The bloodshed stops. Because Nigeria is soaked in blood. We need to find a way out, not through tinkering with constitution that is designed to keep you enslaved forever. So that is my take on it. And I wish people wake up and understand their history, that the agenda to Islamize the whole country is really what is driving the whole thing. It doesn't matter what best ideas you have. They're going to find a way to ensure that you're never going to have a say in how you're governed, and they don't want you to govern them either. So why not everybody go their own separate ways and maybe meet in a football team in the future, and as the only way we're going to live together in the same geopolitical space. But the arrogance of assuming that you're born to rule and so on has to stop, and that people need to be free. And I think it's people know that it doesn't matter how long it takes. Freedom is something that will come eventually, and people are really trying their best, because it was Martin Luther King who said that oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The yearning for freedom eventually manifests itself. So people must stay focused, remain on course. So I greet you all, and good evening from here. Thank you.
The Wamazi. Thank you very much. And once again, Biafrans and lovers of freedom, the program continues on Thursday in the next 2 days. Thursday, please do not miss this outstanding historical program. Many of us don't understand the importance of history. Many of us don't understand the importance of history. But I want you to understand this. I want to liken it to this. If a child is born, a child that doesn't know his father, maybe the mom starts hiding the fact that the father is somewhere far or this and that. He will not talk anything about the father until once the child grows, matures enough, he himself will start yearning to know who is my father. You know what it means? What is my history? We look down on history, but it is glaring. It's the most important thing to us as human beings. History, our past. Even if, for example, even if that child, the mother has everything, train him everything, gives him everything. A time will come, once the child matures, he will start asking, who is my father? If the mother says, no, he has died, go and show me the family so that let me see his grave. It means that it is natural instinct for human beings to look for their history. In our own case, many of us, we don't care about our history, and it is affecting us, living as bastards, people without history. It is high time we turn around and start understanding what happened to us, what contributed in moving us the way we behave today. That is what Radio Biafra stands for. Giving us information about who we are. You might not understand it, but our history molds you. The way we were being treated, the way we were being butchered, the way Britain wants us to be amalgamated with people we didn't know, the way we were slaughtered, the genocides we are committed against us, for us to be molded in a strange character we are behaving today. We should understand this. In the coming days after 30th May, I will continue the program on the colonial legacy, living the colonial legacy. We know it will be a long haul. We must open our eyes by force. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this. The most important part of this restoration is the awakening, mental awakening that Radio Biafra is instigating. Therefore, we must continue what we are doing. No relenting, no going back, because we have no back to go to. Biafra remains our religion. Biafra remains our ideology, because we never had ideology until IPOB came into existence. We as a people, since the advent of the Europeans in our land, they scattered everything about us. They destroyed our ideology. Nothing binds us together again. They inserted sword. They cut our umbilical cord, brotherly umbilical cord that joins us together, and everybody started behaving any way he wants. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came to start gathering us as a people. Radio Biafra, we must continue in this. Therefore, thank you for listening. We have nowhere to go except to complete this mission of the restoration of Biafra. From me, Mazi Johnathan Chinedu, from here, including Dr. Okachi Lois, it is simply good evening.
We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. There was a nation living in peace and unity. Yeah. They are people with love and harmony. Oh, yeah. They saw greatness rise up to its purity. With another people of different culture, Adean heritage, bias and oppressive. Oh, see a nation from trigger of Africa, rising with strength and might and power. In due time, nobody gonna press us. Rather, you all gonna embrace that. With the flag, with the flag, with the flag, with the flag. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. Oh yeah, Biafra is our home. Oh, it's my home. Yeah, Biafra is our home. I reminisce way back 1967. Death toll and the blood couldn't kind of method. Mama's screaming, child screaming, pops and the run. 2.5 years, over 3 million songs. Why? Cause we asked for our freedom. And we're going back to our sovereign kingdom. They shut us down when we cry, the world say nothing. Getting back in the grave, watching our suffering. Should I talk about the planes dropping shells like rain? Look at the first taste of our heroes' blood. Abaganazo Munigwe was stronger than flood, but the juke is still stronger. Fought them up on the chart. Thought the bloodshed's gone. Then came a king. 216 and the massacre, he started again. So bloody name, I couldn't cry tears. Blood dripping down my eyes, water in my veins. We died trying to fight the cause and we're trying to break him. It's our freedom, but the world was against us. Wave your flag over Africa. Welcome people of Biafra. Wave your flag over all the world. See those people of Zion, see. We need peace, we choose freedom. We need peace, we choose freedom. Hey. Let the tears of our mothers who lost their children be heard. Let the blood of our heroes speak from now till forever. Let the whole wide world know Biafra is our home. I see the rising sun from Africa. Oh, it's a victory. Oh, I see the ocean in Africa. Oh, yeah. I see the rising sun from Africa.
No make atake ka ndị iro wee were ala nsọ Biafra onye na Chineke na nke bi n'igwe agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro ma ndị na-agba mgbọ ebe niile dị iche iche onye na Chineke nna ihere bụ nke niile etu a n'ụbọchị nke taa anyị wee na-etoghị wee na-asị onye nwe anyị na Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile onye ọ bụ naanị ya na-azọpụta onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ okwu ya niile bụ ihe na amen anyị wee na-asị ezi ebube dị ngọzi na ọtụtụ na ịja mma na nsọpụrụ site n'ebighị ebi ma ruo n'ebighị ise ise ise.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us this beautiful morning, afternoon and night. So I say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you have joined us from. Thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Thank you for waking up with us. This is Sunrise on Radio Biafra London, and my name is Mazi Mbanali. And today is the 24th day of November 2024, the 24th day of November 2024, and the time now is 5 minutes past the hour of 5 in the holy and blessed land of Biafra. Once more, I welcome you to this hallowed platform. I welcome you this very, very morning. It is an honor, it is a privilege to be with you here every morning from 5 to 7 a.m. Biafra time. Of course, our religion is Biafra, and it is here on Radio Biafra that we worship. This is where we conscientize ourselves. This is where we motivate ourselves. Every single day when I come here, especially since this November, since Ember period began, whenever I come here, I get surprised. I get surprised that, wow, we are already at the 24th day of November, the way time flies. And this is a reminder to you that time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. They told us, tick says the clock, tick tick. What you have to do quick. So what you have to do today, do it today. What you have to do tomorrow, do it tomorrow. What you have to do next week, do it next week. Yes, what you have to do next week, do it next week. Patience is also a virtue. Okay. So thank you very much for being part of this program. And right now we are streaming live on Facebook. It's been a while since we streamed on Facebook. Crazy, yes? But yeah, today we are streaming live on Facebook. We usually do get disconnections, when we stream on Facebook, but we are trying to see today if, that will occur anyway today. But hopefully it will not be the case. So thank you very much for being part of this program this morning. Very soon I will be joined by our brother, the fearless evangelist, Mazi Madabuchi Wachupu. And this beautiful day we'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We'll be talking about IPOB. We'll be talking about Nigeria military, of course. And perhaps the conversation will have a little bit conversation regarding Eberima, the criminal in Finland. But today, yes, that is the outline for today. And I want to remind you that you can join us on our FM radio at 102.1 FM. If you are anywhere in Biafra land, the frequency is 102.1 FM. That is the frequency. And I want to remind you that we are streaming live on satellite as well. We are streaming live on satellite. Yes. And we are also streaming live from various apps. Yeah. Such as Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra and IPOB Community Radio. Yes. So all these apps are easy to download. Just go to your app store and download them. Just go to your app store and download them. Easy. Yeah, we had issues with the app, but now it is sorted. This is freedom fighting, so there are complications that can occur here and there, but we had it sorted. And then the radio is opening in various places that did not have the coverage now can attest to it, that it is enjoyment all through. People are attesting that the radio has opened at various places. So it is a testament to the fact that we are determined, that we go nowhere. Our only destination is Biafra. There is no other destination except Biafra. Therefore, if you are part and parcel of this struggle, if you are in one way or the other advocating for the progress of this struggle, then you must pat yourself on the back. You must understand that what your work is doing, the work that you are doing, is ricocheting. It is work that you can see. You can see the implication of what you are doing. You can see it right before your eyes. You can see that every day your effort is not for granted. Your effort, the seeds, the fruit, the seed is bringing out fruit each and every day. So that is one thing that I must say to each and everyone who has been part of this, GCK. So, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is the stand of IPOB, and that stand will not change. The unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the unconditional release of Biafrans who have been kidnapped, who have been abducted by the Nigeria government. Biafrans who are languishing in various detention facilities, various dungeons. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of these Biafrans. There is no other way around it. There is no other way around it except the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and these Biafrans. You remember that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, was kidnapped and tortured for 8 days in Kenya. He was kidnapped on the 19th of June, 2021. And since then, Nigeria government has continued to illegally incarcerate him in the DSS dungeon, Abuja. And this is despite rulings from various courts of competent jurisdiction, both in Nigeria and outside the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. They have refused to obey their own law. They have refused to obey their own court. And we are saying enough is enough. A country cannot function without the rule of law. A country cannot function without the rule of law. And this is why Nigeria is not functional. This is why it doesn't matter what people do, how much attempt people make in order to make Nigeria work. Nigeria cannot work because the system is designed not to work. Therefore, the stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave Nigeria solution to their problems. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came up with a workable solution, not just a mirage, not just a solution that is just something that is not practical. This is a very practical solution that will bring a permanent solution to the Nigerian problem. Rather than thank him, rather than be thankful, rather than say, yes, this is the type of a person that we need. What they did was they went to Kenya, they kidnapped him on the 19th of June 2021. They tortured him in Kenya for 8 days before they extraordinarily renditioned him to Nigeria. And since then, IPOB members, we've been fighting. Biafrans, we've been fighting. Our friends, our well-wishers, lovers of freedom all over the world, we have been fighting in order to ensure not only the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but the freedom of every Biafran that is in the DSS dungeon and the freedom of the Biafran people. The stand of IPOB is for the unconditional release of thousands of Biafrans who are illegally held by the Nigeria government at the different dungeons across the contraption called Nigeria. Nigeria government must stop the abduction. Nigeria government must stop the dehumanization. Nigeria government must stop the extrajudicial killing of our people. We are saying enough is enough. It was on the 14th of September 2017 that Nigeria government, the same zoo government, invaded the home of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the home of his parents, His Royal Highness Israel Okukanu. They invaded his home. They tried to assassinate him, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They tried to assassinate him, and he managed to escape the assassination. He managed to escape the assassination, but at least 28 people were massacred, were mowed down at his home that day. By Nigeria Army, at least 28 people were mowed down at his home on that very day by the Nigeria Army. These are people who were not armed, unarmed people. They were mowed down by the Nigeria government. And we are saying enough is enough. Not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, not only that these people were mowed down by the Nigeria government, 7 mass graves was discovered. 7 mass graves was discovered after that operation by the Nigeria Army. 7 mass graves. Yet this is a country that is asking, that is saying that it should be one. How can a country with such a character, a country that behaves in this way, want us to be a part of it? You can see that that is not workable. That cannot work. That cannot work. Those who are mounting one Nigeria are not interested in keeping Nigeria one. They are not interested in the least in keeping Nigeria one. So this morning, once more, I want to thank you for being here this morning, for being part of this program. And this morning we'll have a candid conversation. Very soon I will be introducing our brother Mazi Madabuchi Wachuku, and then we will take it there. We'll take the conversation to. It's going to be very informative, I must tell you. It's going to be very, very informative, I must tell you. So, you must come close to your listening device this morning. We will be talking about a whole lot of, we'll be discussing a whole lot of issues. We'll be talking about IPOB. We'll be talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We'll be talking about, Nigeria Army. And, I want to first of all read what Mazi Johnathan Chinedu wrote. And he says, thanks to IPOB media, their consistent media activities for the past months against criminals, kidnappers, infiltrators, and agent provocateurs really paid off well. Some might not understand what has transpired. The IPOB media sensitization approach is gold and must be studied in future. In couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against the enemies of Biafra. Okay, let me take it again. It says, couple of months ago, instruction was given to them to engage in the brutal media war against enemies of Biafra struggle, and on the process, they completely separated the chaff from the wheat, and those concerned got the signal on who is who within the Biafra agitation. People don't know many of these criminals in Biafra have been caught, and many are on the run, and most of them could not hide under Biafra agitation anymore to commit crimes. However, there are also people you will kill and brag about, and their spirit will bring you down. Mazi Kechku Gwoha. They brag and dance on the social media for your death. Today, some are being served breakfast behind bars. Some already had their last lunch and dinner, and some have no place to hide in order to relax. The fight for the restoration of Biafra is on. I told them, we have ears, and we hear every noise around us. Some people think speaking is silver, but for me, listening is gold. Okay, So this is to say, yeah, we are doing a wonderful job. And this is also to encourage us for us to not relent. Because when things like this is said, it is for us not to relent. It is for us to redouble our effort. It is for us to put in more effort into what we are doing. And on this note, I want to thank our people for the contributions that we are making so far towards the Eastern Security Network. Yes, we need the Eastern Security Network to be at maximum production, at maximum production. And how will we get them there? It is through through funding their activities, which is the protection of our land, the protection of Biafra land, the protection of our farms, to ensure that we can go to farms without any kind of fear, without feeling uncomfortable, without thinking, what if, what if? No. This is why we need to protect our land. This is why Onyenduma Nnamdi Kanu set up the Eastern Security Network. You understand that GMO is not good for you. GMO is a no-no. GMO is a no-no. And how will we stop ourselves from getting entangled in this GMO issue, eating it and all of that? It is by planting our own, the one that we are sure of. And we will not be able to plant that unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. Unless we provide the necessary tools for the Eastern Security Network. So GMO is a no-no in our land. All of these efforts, all of this is a way to get us working in we talk about Biafra, we talk about how wonderful it is going to be. But we do not think about the work that is needed. The work that is needed to make Biafra that wonderful thing. I say no ofe maramma no we go buria. You understand? Ofe maramma owe go buria. For Biafra to be that wonderful, that beautiful place, it needs work. And today, the work has already started. The work has begun. The question is this morning, are you going to ask yourself, what are you doing about it? If you are a pastor, what are you doing about it? Are you rather sending money to Europe, sending money to Britain, than bringing that money that they gave you to give to God by giving it to God? And how do you give it to God? By putting it in the protection of the lives and properties of those that gave it to you. By contributing to ESN, you are protecting the lives and properties of those who are even giving it to you. It is common sense. There are things that are very, very important. Your life is very, very important to us. So let's listen to this clip about GMO, and then before I introduce our brother Mazi Madabuchi.
And I come from an organization that is called Zimbabwe Anti-Sanctions Movement. Now, the relevance of Southern Africa being involved in this particular meeting is that we are the victims of this GMO. And the reason we are victims is that South Africa was the first country on the African continent to accept GMOs. And when they accepted GMOs, they accepted it at an interesting time, 1979, when South Africa.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is still playing. Let's see. Seems like we have a little bit of a problem here.
Africa declared war on the entire SADC region in Africa because they did not want these independent African countries to then.
So it's just crazy that this is giving me problems.
Liberate South Africa and remove apartheid. And as part of their strategy, they created what was called the National Defense Council. The National Defense Council then said we need to find ways to neutralize Africans and African populations, and we need to find how to do it utilizing business, military, and also science and genetics. They created an institution that is called SAGENE, or SAGENE. SAGENE was going to create genetic materials that were going to be used to attenuate African populations and to kill Africans. And that is where the strategy for genetic modification for South Africa came from, and that is also where the use of HIV that was injected in SADC was also created. Now, many of you would know that there's an institution called SIMA that has got commanders of that institution that have begun to admit that they deliberately injected HIV into Africans. But what they do not say is that they also decided to use genetic engineering on food and diseases to also affect Africans. And that's why you see that Southern Africa has the highest rate of HIV in the world, but not only that, they are the biggest users of genetically engineered foods. And Zimbabwe is an importer of this genetically engineered food. It has the highest cancer death rate in the world currently because of these GMOs that contain glyphosate and that are engineered to target certain ethnicities. And so we want you guys here in West Africa to understand that we, coming from the area that still has the highest number of white people on this continent, understand that there's a weaponization